Good morning. That sounds, my sound sounds really off. Do I sound okay to you? I feel it sounds very echoey. I think it might just be my headphones. Good morning, lover of Mutt's mom. Glad to see you here. Um, I always forget to introduce myself. I am alternate juror. Welcome to my channel. uh, wow, that's really bad. Okay, it's really like echoing in my ear. I have to switch my headphones out. Anyway, so we are going to do day 2 of the McNabb Bell trial. Good morning, Gabrielle. I would love to tell you that the camera work gets better as we go through this, but it does not. I was going through just getting timestamps yesterday, and I'm like, are you serious? One day it just kind of starts mid testimony of some, I don't know who's on stand because I didn't want to listen to it. I want to watch it with you guys. Okay. I've never had an echo in my headphones. So anyway, if you thought the camera work was going to get better, that the cameraman was going to get better, it's not. Also, I had a message, I haven't had time to check it out yet today, that the judge in the Franklin Tucker trial has recused himself, and which is good for Mr. Tucker because that judge had it out for him. And that they may be going to quietly drop the charges altogether in the next month. So that I think that March 7th day has changed. I don't know that anything's scheduled yet. Again, I just saw the message. I haven't had a chance to go look into it this morning yet. So that is on my list of things to do. Yes, the cameraman, he either went to work in Florida on the Tucker trial or they're related because that cameraman was just as bad as this one. And yes, we're not going to hear the judge sigh anymore for Mr. Tucker and all his frustrations about it. Sad day, sad day. Alrighty, let's get started here. Again, this is day 2, hard trial. Because I want, like I said, I want to watch it with you guys. I'm not sure when the medical examiner comes on to testify. There was a warning that it's hard to hear. I don't believe we will see any photographs because they're pretty good about not showing anything like that. If it does, I'll just click off of it because it would get my channel taken down immediately, even though I didn't personally put them up there. So we'll do that. So I'll be watching and being prepared, but I don't believe that that's what's going to happen at all. Okay, good. And I figure that it's hard to hear. Here we go. Oh, and I'm gonna I'm gonna start you with a picture of the ceiling because I thought you might have missed it. Well, we didn't do this one yesterday. I'm gonna start this and then I'm gonna unplug my headphones and see if that works here. This is driving me nuts. And let me know if the court's echoey again. I don't know what I can do about it, but I will try. All right, we got juries in, they're getting seated, and we'll get going.
Like I do every time, has anybody seen anything since we recessed, read anything on the television, internet, whatever? I ask all the jurors. There's no jurors that says yes, and everybody shakes their head no. I heard the complaint that you front jurors have a hard time looking. I've taken down the podium. I don't know if that helps.
I'm not
you
looking.
Or it doesn't help you. It doesn't help you. All I can tell you is they did not consult any judge or attorney when they built this courtroom on our addition, but that's government for you. And so they built it, and we're stuck with it. But so be it. I apologize to you for the.
She should be
length of time
around,
you
I
waited
hope,
back
if she's up.
It's kind of an oddity that I have to do things to make sure the trial runs smoothly that delays the trial. But ultimately now, we're gonna be.
All right,
able to
court sound
proceed
good?
Because of the hearings I had to hold, just to talk to the various moving
I've got it up as
parts to get
high as
that
it'll go.
together. Okay, you can state my call, it's next witness.
State calls Mickey Kitchens.
About the alerting of everybody? Is this the witness that?
Yes, she is. She's everybody's partner in crime.
Yes, but not.
No, I cannot,
medical
Alexis.
pictures. There won't be anything.
Any of the pictures we talked about?
No.
They're not going into, okay.
But he might be more fair than what the judge was to Mr. Tucker.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to present in the matter now pending before this jury today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Mickey Kitchens
I swear he sounds like a mob guy.
with the Newton County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed there, sir?
I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 28 years.
And in your time there at the sheriff's office, where have you worked in the sheriff's office?
I've worked everywhere from the jail to patrol.
I don't know why they keep going back to that.
To narcotics investigations. Currently assigned to the corporal over the crime scene evidence unit as well as the major felony unit.
Okay. And with respect to your crime scene investigation experience, can you tell the members of the jury how long you've done that for?
We set up the crime scene unit back in 2008.
Okay. And as part of that establishment of the crime scene unit, did you go to specific training to learn to be a crime scene investigator?
There is. The state requires that everybody to obtain the crime scene tech certification. They've got certain classes that they must attend. Some of those classes are evidence presentation, fingerprint classification, identification and development, basic digital photography, blood pattern analysis, and crime scene class itself.
And do you continue to update your training, staying abreast of all of the new crime scene investigation techniques?
I do. The Sheriff's Office requires that we all have at least 40 hours a year training to maintain our certification. Above that, I've had additional training through West Virginia University in firearms and tool marks and shooting reconstructions and leadership, as well as some from the National Child Advocacy Center and the National Forensic Education Network in crime scene management, as well as photography.
And since 2008, approximately how many crime scenes have you worked?
Since 2008 on crime scenes,
I don't know why they're
thousands
not
of crime
showing
scenes.
him. He's not showing anything.
And do those range from a burglary to a homicide?
That's correct.
And do you have anybody that assists you in the crime scene unit?
I do. At the time, there's 3 assigned to the crime scene unit, myself and 2 other crime scene techs who have also had the same basic training as I've had in the crime scenes.
Yes,
Are you equipped
Marco.
with a area at the sheriff's office for your, I guess, an evidence bay or evidence room?
We do. We have an entire section that includes a bay, a processing area, as well as an evidence room itself.
Do you have all of the necessary, I guess, equipment to conduct crime scene investigations, with the collection of evidence, the storage of evidence, and the even transportation of the evidence?
We do.
You have a crime scene van?
At the time of this incident, yes, I was assigned a van. At this present time, I do not.
Okay. Now, when we're talking about collecting crime scene evidence, does it depend on the type of evidence? Does that matter as to how you would package it or how you would collect it and seal it?
Sure it does. Anything that's going to have that is a wet item, it cannot go in plastic because the plastic will cause it to mold and virtually leaving the evidence is unuseful. So that would have to go into like a paper bag, something that's breathable. anything like liquids or narcotics
don't
or
know.
stuff like that, those would have to go in the plastic bags to keep the items from leaking through to maintain their integrity.
Now, are you familiar with the packaging that's required to do any sort of testing at the crime lab?
I am.
And have you had the occasion to send numerous pieces of evidence to the crime lab to be tested for various tests?
I have.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I would tender Mickey Kitchens as an expert in crime scene investigation.
Any objection? You'll be allowed to testify as an expert in that area.
I'm going to bring your attention back to October the 7th of 2017. Did you have the occasion to be requested on that date for your services over at the Eagle Point Mobile Home Park?
I did.
And can you tell the members of the jury generally what you were told or what you understood when you arrived on the scene to begin your job?
When I was contacted by our dispatch center, I was told that it was a possible kidnapping or missing child.
All right. When you got out to the scene that day, were there already law enforcement officers there?
There was.
And did you assist them in looking for the child, or was the investigation already past that point?
It was in the process. There was an ongoing search to find the child. My primary use there was to obtain the photographs and process the scene itself.
Okay. Now, you said you photographed, did you photograph the
I agree.
outside of the trailer there at lot 31?
I did. It's typical that we would process the exterior as well as the interior of any of the residents that we go into.
And generally speaking, can you describe what the interior of the residence looked like? What condition was it in when you went inside?
When I went inside, there was items that had been scattered about. All the bedrooms appeared to have been, for lack of better terminology, tossed, gone through. Things have been moved.
And did you have an understanding as to whether or not there were multiple individuals inside of that trailer before you got there?
I did. Upon my arrival, being briefed on the incident, I was told that there had already been a minimum of 3 searches done inside the trailer looking for the child.
Now, typically when you're responding to a crime scene, let's say hypothetically, you receive a call along with the coroner that there's a dead body, there's been a shooting, there's been a stabbing, there's been a murder of some sort. Is it typical that lots of sheriff's deputies and lots of people are trampling all through the crime scene and turning things over and touching things?
No, it's not. What is common and is the usual practice, the first responding officers will go in. Once they identify what they've got there, they'll clear the residence looking for any other victims or suspects. Once they've cleared the residence, there's no one there, sure there's no one else is there, they'll back out of the residence and hold the residence, not allow anybody in or out until we arrive.
And the purpose of keeping people out of the crime scene?
We get to see the back of her head.
Is to maintain the integrity of any evidence. Anytime anybody goes into a crime scene and they leave a crime scene, they change the dynamics of that crime scene. They're going to introduce some new items into it, and they're going to take some items away from it. Most of the time it's unintentional, but it does happen.
And when you say introduce new items, what do you mean by that?
It could be anything from bringing in grass, sand, dirt. Could be items that was outside that gets caught up in the shoes that get released from the shoe sole inside the residence.
Would that also be the case for items that belong to the human body, like hair or skin cells or DNA that you might leave behind by touching things?
That is correct.
And so in this particular situation, when everybody responded from law enforcement to this trailer, is it your understanding that it wasn't immediately treated as a crime scene per se, but as an emergency request to locate a child that was missing?
That's correct.
All right, now I'm going to show you a series of photographs that I've marked, States Exhibit 21 through 48.
I can't believe they searched that trailer 3 times. There was just so much crap in there. I don't know that it was necessarily dirty, but it was very cluttered. And she was supposed to have already cleaned it.
Have you seen States 21 through 48 before?
Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah, mold would be bad. Sorry, I was having trouble with my stream. Hello, Hamilton. We're just getting started, no worries. I have to admit, I kind of didn't hear all he said right there because old Rumble over there was giving me some problems. So I was trying to get it fixed. But it's kind of scary when they say that, yes, they can introduce stuff. That's fine, as long as you know you introduced it and don't convict anybody on it. That shouldn't be. Yeah, and when they checked the fridge, I don't even think the light was on, which, I mean, everybody's light burns out in their fridge. It's not a big deal. When they checked the oven, I was like, oh my gosh, please don't be in there. I'm sure they were thinking the same thing.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize these?
Those are the photographs that I took upon my arrival at the scene that morning.
And did
or
they
that
fairly, okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
afternoon. That was that afternoon.
Okay, and did they fairly and accurately depict the scene at 31, lot 31, Eagle Meadow Home Park on October the 7th of 2017?
They do.
Got right off of this into evidence.
Each is admitted into evidence without objection.
May I publish them, Judge?
You may.
All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 21. Can you tell us what's depicted in State's 21?
That's just the end of the mobile home.
I know.
As you face it from the roadway.
I know.
It's depicting it's got the lot number on it's gonna be on the right-hand side of the mobile home.
Okay. And again, you can see a little bit of what appears to be yellow tape there. Can you tell us what that is?
That would be crime scene tape. That's what our deputies use to mark off a crime scene as a barrier to keep people out. Once they arrive on scene, they know it's there secure.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 22. Can you tell the members of the jury what we're looking at here?
That's going to be the backside of the mobile home. And again, you'll see the yellow crime scene tape that's on the porch area.
Okay. And when you say the backside of the mobile home, you actually would come down the road from 36 up here, correct? And come down this way through the mobile home?
That is correct. That's correct.
And you call it the backside, but are you familiar with the fact that the McNabbs call this the front side of the trailer?
There is two sides to the trailer. Yes, there is.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 23. Can you tell us what's depicted there?
Okay, that's going to be the far side of the mobile home, the furthest away from the roadway.
Now, did you have an understanding of where this child, this 14-day-old child, Caliyah McNabb, was supposed to be sleeping? Where the last place that she was seen in that trailer?
I was told.
Hello,
it was
Adair.
the master bedroom or the large bedroom, which would be the end, that's closest photographed in this picture.
Was her bassinet, for lack of a better term, that she was lying in close proximity to this window and this air conditioning unit?
It was right up close to the window.
Did you see any evidence of forced entry in this window?
No, I did not.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 24. Can you tell us what's depicted in 24?
Okay, that's going to be the opposite side of the trailer. Again, you'll see the crime scene tape.
Next to these miscellaneous items that are scattered out there in the yard, there appears to be a vacant space or a void, if you will, underneath those stairs. Can you tell us about that?
That is exactly what it is. It's a void. It's a pass through to the underpinning to the mobile home.
State's Exhibit number 20, let me just back up to 24. Did you find any evidence at all of forced entry in connection with this door?
To the back door, no, I did not.
And what about in connection with the other door, the front door, or what you call the back door?
No, there was no forced entry notated on any doors or windows to the mobile home.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 25. Is that just an overall view of that same back area of the trailer?
That's correct.
In State's Exhibit number 26, when you enter the trailer, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
That's entering in through the door, the actual main door entryway. That goes into the living room and dining room area.
So as you enter the trailer from that set of steps that we talked about as being what the McNabbs refer to as their front, and I say the McNabbs, Christopher McNabb and Ms. Bell referred to as the front of the trailer, is this the view that you would have as you walk in?
That is correct.
And to the right would be the kitchen dining room area, is that correct?
That's
And
correct.
to the left would be the living room area or den?
That's right.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 27. Can you tell us what's depicted in State's 27?
That's a picture of the dining room area of the mobile home.
In State's Exhibit number 28.
That's just another picture. It's picking up the table as well as part of the kitchen area.
Can you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit number 29?
That's the kitchen area of the mobile home.
And State's Exhibit number 30?
Same. It's going to be just another picture of the kitchen area.
Is there anything significant as far as you're concerned in your investigation in the kitchen or the dining room area?
No, there was not.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 31. Can you tell us what's depicted here?
That's going to be the pantry area. It's also in the kitchen.
And again, was it your understanding that law enforcement officers had searched all of these areas, including refrigerators, stoves, pantries, drawers, cabinets?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit number 32, can you tell us what's depicted there?
That is the living room area. It's also showing a what appears to be a gun on the coffee table.
Oh, good, good.
Now, this sofa here, is that sofa significant in this investigation at all?
That's from my understanding. That's from where they were sleeping at. They being the parents.
Okay. I'm going to show you, and this is a better picture in State's Exhibit 33. I wanted you to comment on where that couch is in relation to the back porch door.
Yeah, the 15-day-old's not going to pick
Couch
up
is
the
right
gun,
here.
but the 2-year-old,
The main entryway will be over here closer to the kitchen. Yes, sir.
Said right here on the
I'm
picture,
sorry.
but there's screens, nothing coming up on the screen.
I know, I was looking for a laser pointer, but that's, you can touch it, I think, and it'll,
yeah.
The couch area will be right
Insane.
along in this area.
Mark clear first.
I'm sorry.
Clear.
Yes, sir.
Now.
It's the couch was right here. The one where they used the front,
These
what they call the
people.
front door, will be over in this area. The bedroom where the children were at was back here, and this right here is the other door leading outside.
and so from the sofa area where you indicated Mr. McNabb and Miss Bell had slept, I guess in the hours leading up to finding their daughter missing, that sofa area is just feet away from either door, really.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those the only two ways that somebody could have entered that trailer on the morning of the 7th?
That's the only two entry doors leading in from the outside.
All right, can you hit clear? Our clear button, I don't think works on this screen. It does now, okay, I've been told it's been fixed. All right, so I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit number 34. Can you tell us what's the picture there?
That is the hallway leading from the living room area back down towards the room where the children were at.
And again, there's items that appear to be on the floor. Do you have any idea whether those items were there prior to the trailer being tossed and looking for the child?
I do not know.
So from an evidentiary standpoint, would it have made sense for you to just start picking up things and collecting them to be tested for hair or fiber or DNA or anything like that?
No, ma'am, it would not have.
And why is that?
With the use of so many people going in and out of the trailer, as I explained before, every time someone comes in or leaves, they change the dynamics. With so many people coming in, searching, moving stuff around, it's going to compromise any evidence that would have been there. Any fingerprints that would have been there would have already been disturbed, have been rendered useless, unidentifiable. Any kind of DNA would have been not been useful because there'd been so many different profiles already added to whatever was already there, simply because of so many people coming in and out.
Okay. Now, specifically, if there were to be a quote-unquote crime scene, a specific area that you would focus on in this trailer, let's say we had video camera and we knew that a kidnapper had come in and had grabbed that child out of that back bedroom, what area would you focus on anticipating collecting evidence?
Where the child was at.
Okay. And did you, in your investigation, see any evidence suggesting that there was blood or anything that needed to be collected there in the back where the child was at?
No, I did not see any kind of signs of any type of trauma in that back bedroom where the children were at. In fact, I was told that the child was wrapped in a blanket, and even that blanket was not even located inside of that bedroom.
Now, this that we're looking at in State's Exhibit 35, can you tell us the members of the jury what that is?
That's going to be one of the bedrooms leading down the hallway. I believe that's going to be the smaller bedroom.
All right, so I'm going to show you, go back to 34, just to be clear, if you're coming out of the living room, this house.
2.
Okay, so one is the master bedroom, which is here,
That's correct.
and this other one is on the left, somewhere on this hallway before you get to the master bedroom. Is that correct?
It'll be right there.
Okay, so when we're looking at State's Exhibit 35, if you open that door to go to that bedroom, what kind of items were in there?
I was trying to
There
read
was a
them.
mattress, miscellaneous clothing items, just a lot of different items in there.
I'm showing you
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 36. That appears to be just food.
No idea.
That's great. That's also a picture of that same bedroom.
Oh, good.
You can see the mattress that was right here that we've seen in the other picture. The rest of the floors just got miscellaneous items, including Cheetos, or what appears to be Cheetos laying in the floor.
Okay, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 37. By the way, backing up to that bedroom, anything significant as a crime scene investigator about that room?
No, there was not.
Absolutely.
Right, now I'm showing you 37. What's depicted in this?
That again is the hallway, showing the back door or the other exit doors right here. There's a bathroom right here. This right here is the master.
Okay. So would that bedroom that we were just looking at be straight to the left then of where this photograph was being taken from?
Be back down closer to the living room area, but yes.
All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 38. Can you tell us what's depicted in 38?
That is a, excuse me, that's a picture of the restroom.
Again, can you describe the general condition of that restroom?
It was very messy, had a lot of different items laying in the floor. There was just stuff scattered all about inside the bathroom area.
Did you see anything suspicious that you needed to collect as far as any evidence?
Nothing that drew
Not
my
really.
attention to it.
State's 39, can you tell us what's depicted in this photograph?
Okay, that is the master bedroom. That's where I was told the children were sleeping.
Okay. Now, the baby was sleeping where in this room?
From my understanding, the baby was sleeping in the sleeper, which was right here.
That
But I should note that that is not the original position that it was in or would have been in due to the fact that it had already been searched and things have been moved several times.
Okay, and is it possible that this is not the same sleeper that the child was sleeping in?
It is quite possible, yes.
Okay, so that sleeper, can you draw a circle on where the sleeper was, from your understanding?
From my understanding, the sleeper was going to be somewhere in the area of the bed,
Okay, by the
like
window?
right along in there somewhere.
Okay, but you weren't there.
That's correct. I was not there.
So in order to know exactly where the sleeper was, we should rely on the testimony of those who saw it there.
That
But
is
it was
correct.
not, it was moved or not there when you got there.
That is correct.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 40. Can you tell us what's depicted there?
Again, that's just another another overall picture of the master bedroom.
And this item here that's silver in color, can you tell us what that is?
That's a tub that they had, I believe it was clothing in.
Michelle, you State's exhibit number 41. Can you tell us what's depicted there?
Again, it's the master bedroom. You see a fan there. There's another, I believe that's a chair
Would
that's
that be
sitting.
the sleeper that the child was in?
It could be, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's exhibit number 42. Can you tell us what's depicted there?
I haven't seen
Again, that's
anything
just another
appropriate
picture
for her to
of
be
the,
sleeping in yet.
master. You'll find that a lot of times I'll take the picture of a room, I'll take it in sections. That way I make sure I get everything inside that room.
All right. State's exhibit number 43.
Again, you see the silver tub there again. And also, it's just another picture of the master bedroom.
Yeah. Did you see any item there that you believe needed to be collected that might help you solve the question of how this child left that home?
No, I did not.
State's exhibit number 44. Can you tell us what's depicted there?
Again, it's the master bedroom. It's from the side closest to the air conditioner, facing back out towards the hallway.
Where'd they sleep? I know they said they were sleeping on the
Exhibit number
couch.
45.
There's not even-
Here.
That is one of the pictures of the underpinning of the mobile home.
So would it be possible for a person to crawl under there?
Yes, it would be.
Would it be possible for a person to store something under there?
Yes, it would be.
Show you State's exhibit number 46. Can you tell us what's depicted in this photograph?
Again, that's just another picture of the underpinning.
I don't know where they could have put her down anywhere. There's no space.
There we go.
Yes, that's just another picture of the underpinning.
And State's
I
exhibit
believe
number
it.
47. Can you tell us what's depicted in this photograph?
That's a close-up picture of the
All these
air
totes.
conditioner
Just
that was in the.
put stuff in there, I
master
guess, and
bedroom
stack
where
'em.
the children was-
Something.
And State's exhibit number 48. Can you tell us what's depicted there?
Him too,
That's
Hamilton.
another air
Especially with the
conditioner
gun on the
that's,
table, or
one
the
of the sides of the house.
I
thing
noticed
on the
that there's
table.
some plywood, it looks like, to repair perhaps a broken window. Is that-
That's correct.
And did that again appear to be in any way indicative of any sort of forced entry into that area?
No, in fact, it appeared that it had been there for quite some time.
Now, were you actually able to collect the bedding, if you will, or part of that sleeper?
I was.
I'm going to show you State's exhibit number 40 or 63. Do you recognize State's exhibit number 63? You need floods.
I've been in a house where there was hoarding before, and it's cluttered, but it's also dirty. That's why I was kind of like, well, she's got a lot of stuff, but I didn't see it was dirty, and then I saw it was dirty. I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. I should stop doing that.
And did you have an opportunity to come to the DA's office in the last couple of weeks and go through all the evidence and cut it?
It's really loud.
So we actually, you or Investigator Alexander actually cut these taped bags to pull out the items to show me, is that correct?
That is correct.
Prior to that, they were sealed?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you recognize it? Don't show it to the jury yet, because I got it on the timber, but do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay.
That is the line.
General Office takes exhibit number 63 in the evidence.
No, without objection.
May I publish it,
You
Judge?
may.
So
I
this
hope
actually.
he can
was
rattle
the,
that paper some more.
What now?
Goodness.
That's the baby lining that was in the carrier.
Yeah.
Okay. And was this supposed to be the carrier, the sleeper that the baby was sleeping in?
From what I was told, yes.
Okay. And you indicated something about a blanket earlier. Can you tell me again what that was?
I was told that the child was kind of wrapped in a blanket, kind of swallowed in a blanket. I believe it was a light blue blanket.
And was it your understanding that several people had touched the carrier and touched this liner therefore in searching for the baby?
There was, in fact, one of our canine teams used the liner as a scent for their canines to do the track.
Okay. So now I'm going to focus your attention on the following day, on the 8th, where you called out to the wooded area there between the trailer park and Henderson Mill.
I was.
And can you tell the members of the jury what it was that you were responding to in this thing?
I had been contacted by the road supervisor asking me to be back en route to that area, that they had located some items, and they wanted me to come collect those items that they had found.
Backing up to the 7th, you referred to the canine that was out tracking. Did you have the occasion to receive some evidence from Deputy Chris Bowles?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
He had located on the track, he had located a pair of shoes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 65. Do you recognize State 65?
Yes, these are the shoes that I collected from Investigator Bowles.
Okay, and, Your Honor, this time I offer State 65 in the evidence.
Submitted without objection.
Did you know if these shoes had any significance whatsoever to this investigation or this case when they were collected?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, when you went out on the 8th, what were you shown by deputies that were standing by?
I was. They had located I believe it was a jacket and some other items in a wooded area on a walking path that goes between the mobile home park and Henderson Mill Road.
Now, some of these photographs have already been tendered into evidence. I believe states 49 through 54, but I'm going to show them to you.
Especially when there's kids involved,
49, is that the
as in this
jacket
case.
that you're referring to?
That is correct.
And states exhibit number 50?
That's a close-up of the jacket.
States exhibit number 51?
When we removed the jacket, there were some items underneath it, some drug paraphernalia as well as a empty wallet.
Okay, and when you say drug paraphernalia, what are you referring to specifically?
This item
Oh.
right here.
Just say it.
Smoking device?
That's correct.
A smoking device.
Also, rolling papers,
Yes, there was.
and are they depicted in states exhibit number 52?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me zoom out a little bit. Okay,
Clear that.
and are rolling papers commonly used as well to smoke drugs?
That is correct.
I'm gonna show you states exhibit number 53.
I think he was doing the censor for YouTube that we all have to do. The smoking device.
I did. While I was out on collecting those items, Sergeant Dickerson had received information that they had found something else just a little further down in the wooded area. He went down when he saw that.
I'm
there
sorry
was
about
an
that,
item there.
Gabrielle. That's really
He
sad.
radioed back to the deputy that was standing by with me, requesting that I come to his location when I get finished right there.
And the states exhibit number 53, do you recognize that?
I do. That was the item that Sergeant Dickerson had been pointed out to.
And states exhibit number 54.
That's a close-up of that bag.
Okay, now, behind this bag in this area here, can you tell the members of the jury what that is?
He should be able to
That
say
is a log.
say hookah
Underneath that log, there's
and not the B word.
Kind of a depression in the ground right there, almost like a little tunnel-like area. The bag was at this point about 2/4 of the way underneath that, in that hole.
I'm going to show you states exhibits numbers 49, or I'm sorry, 55 through 60. 57 has already been tendered into evidence.
As long as it's them and not me that uses them, I should be okay. Sorry. Yeah, you guys, that sucks. But it's hard. I know Carmen, like in her grade, in her class, she's lost a lot of people to those things.
55 through 60, but 57's already been tendered. I'm just going to show it to the witness.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
Those are the photographs I took of the bag
Yikes.
in sequence of figuring out what was inside of the bag.
Now, who was there with you when you were doing this, by the way?
Sergeant Dickerson was standing by with me.
At this point in time, did you know whether or not there was a body inside the bag?
No, I did not.
I don't
So
want
can
to
you
see
tell
that
the
bag
jury
again.
how you went about, I guess, looking inside the bag?
Well, what I did was when I first got there and saw that it was a bag, I used my county-issued phone to get a GPS coordinates of the exact location of the bag. Then I pulled the bag out just a little bit, opened it up so I could see what was in there, and remove the items that I could remove just to determine what was inside the bag.
Now, how are you able to determine exact GPS coordinates?
I used my county issued phone. I used the compass app on it, which also gives me the longitude, latitude locations.
And did you also do that on the other items that were found, the camouflage jacket and the drug paraphernalia?
Yes, I did.
And so did you note both of those GPS locations on in your report?
I did.
Ms. Shea, State's Exhibit number 62. Do you recognize State 62?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That is a blow up of the map showing the locations of the residents as well as the items found as well as the bag. And it's got the GPS coordinates for the items, the jacket, as well as the bag.
Your Honor, I'd offer State's Exhibit number 62 into evidence.
It's a new right.
All right.
I'm just going to pause this real quick. I would love to believe that if these parents had never ever done anything bad, these illicit drugs that they did, that they might have been good parents. Because the reactions that they've had, although she hasn't reacted much at all, he did, now that they're clear-headed, I think they understand what they did. And they need to. They need to live with it. They need to own it. But it's so sad. Addiction's horrible. I said because Carmen's here. But addiction's horrible. It makes people do things they would never, ever, ever do. And it's sad. They hurt everyone, and it hurts everyone. And I'm with you. I don't know. I don't know. Her dad was good. Her mom, awful. So she obviously probably had some issues with bonding and everything like that because her mom was never bonded with her. Thank goodness her dad stepped in. But I don't know. I'm on the fence because we don't see them how where they weren't there. we just see them what happened when they are. Yeah, I mean, it's sad. You guys have been through a lot more than me. I've not lost anybody to addiction. I know Carmen has lost friends to addiction. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's really sad. And it's just, yeah. And I don't know what to do about it. I don't know what we do about it. It's so bad. It's worse now than ever. And nobody seems to care. Nobody seems to want to do anything about it. And it doesn't necessarily matter what crowd you run in, right? Because like the Franklin Tucker trial, yeah, he ran around with a bunch of people that did a bunch of bad things, that had addictions. It didn't make him necessarily do that. I mean, I don't know if he did or if he didn't. The state didn't prove it, in my opinion, but it doesn't matter. It can get you from the streets. It can get you to a mansion. It doesn't matter. And it's just really sad. Anyway, I will hit play now. Because I know we could spend all day talking about that.
I'm going to try to back this up so you can see it. Tell me if you can.
Okay,
Not a lot of room here. Can you see it?
I can.
Can you tell the members of the jury where lot 31 is in the Eagle Point Mobile Home Park?
Sure.
Now, you jurors see it, take it right in. Because if you want to get up and move over here and stand, you're welcome to.
Or actually, Judge, we could probably move it a little bit, if that's
Well,
okay.
a few attorneys need to get up and move where you can see it, you may do so.
They can see it now, Judge.
Okay?
Lot 31 is marked as residence. It's going to be where this mark is right here.
Okay, and then where is the entryway to this trail that we've been talking about?
The entryway to the trail,
Yes, if you,
it's going to be right along in here.
okay. So when you went out that day to collect these items, on the day of the 7th, were you at the residence processing that?
That's correct.
And on the day of the 8th, did you go to the residence and then go down the trail, or did you go to Henderson Mill?
I went to Henderson Mill.
Okay, and from Henderson Mill, which items did you go to first?
I went up to right off of the power.
You guys are
line
both right.
easement to
I
the
forgot about her
office,
black eye.
which is located right here.
That I'm
Okay,
sure was
and
one
that
of
would be
many.
where the camouflage jacket and the hookah and the rolling papers and the empty wallet were found.
That is correct.
And then this blue and red bag that we just have been looking at, you said that that was located where?
It's located a little bit further down. It's going to be the opposite, or the other mark right on here, closer to the Henderson Mill Road.
Okay, and is this somebody's private residence here?
It is.
Okay, so technically where that item was found, was that on somebody else's property?
Good morning, Kim.
Okay,
Glad to see you.
and I know you don't have the exact measurement of the distance between these two, but is that a long hike or just a little walk?
That's less than 50 feet.
Less than 50 feet? Okay. Now tell us again, how did you remove the items from the bag?
When I got there, like I said, I got the GPS coordinates. Then I pulled the bag out
No.
where I could get a hold of the lid of the mouth of the bag and opened it up. And that's when I just started pulling the items out that I could reach one at a time.
Your Honor, I can't recall if I tendered 55 through 60, but if I
You
haven't,
did
I do
not.
now.
No objection.
So each is admitted without objection, 55 through what?
60, 57's already been admitted.
Okay.
May I publish them, Judge?
You may.
All right, I'm going to show you state exhibit number 55. Can you tell us what that is?
That is a picture of the bag as well as the items that was removed from that bag that's laying on that log.
And what were those items on that log?
Those items, there was a camouflage shirt, some blue and black shorts, and a blue shirt.
Okay. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 56. Can you tell us what's depicted in 56?
That's just a close-up of those same three items.
And I'm going to show you State's, and those items, where were they? Like, this is a bag, a drawstring bag.
That's correct. It's a drawstring bag. Those items were at the very top of that bag, like just underneath where it would close at.
Okay. Were those the only items that were in the bag?
No, they were not.
Were those neatly folded and placed in the bag?
No, they were just kind of like they were just shoved in the bag.
Show you State's Exhibit number 57. Can you tell us what's depicted in 57?
That is the picture, a close-up picture of the
Unfortunately.
bag, as well as a light blue blanket, or at that time I was not sure it was a blanket, but a light blue cloth that was inside the bag.
Now, State's Exhibit number 58. Can you tell us what we're looking at in 58?
Right here, you will see an impression or a depression into the ground, almost like a little cave. The bag was pushed up underneath or inside of that hole.
Was the bag in plain view, or was there debris on top of the bag, you know?
There was some debris on top of the bag when it was located.
Judge, in your honor, it's the hearsay. He didn't locate the jacket. He's not aware of the condition when it was located.
Jacket?
I think they said 900 yards from the house, maybe, Adair, if I remember correct.
Carter, by the person who actually found it, so I'm gonna allow the answer.
Did that bag appear to
I
have
agree.
been out there for weeks or months?
No, it did not.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 59. Can you tell us what we're looking at in State's Exhibit number 59?
Once I removed those other items, got down to that blue cloth, it was wrapped so tightly I could not get it loose to see what was inside of it, but I could feel that there was something inside of that cloth. At that time, I used my pocket knife to cut a small hole inside that cloth. When I moved the cloth back, that's when I saw the head and some hair. That
He had
time
to be
I
able to
instructed,
tell.
Sergeant Dickerson to get everyone away from the scene right there and go ahead and block it off and notify our coroner.
Did that appear to be the head of an adult or a child?
It was the head of a child.
An infant?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 60. Can you tell us what's depicted in 60?
That's going to be a little bit closer up of that impression that the depression that the bag was in.
And when you're calling a depression, just going back to State's Exhibit number 58, does that look like, somebody got a shovel and dug a grave or dug a hole for this infant, or does it appear that that naturally occurred and somebody used that to hide the bag?
It appeared to be natural. And there was not any loose dirt or anything laying around the entrance to that hole.
I cannot imagine finding a
You
baby like
indicated
that.
You called for the coroner and you had the scene, I guess, marked as a crime scene. Did you remove what you believe to be an infant? Did you remove that body from the bag?
I did not. Once we identified that was more than likely going to be a body, or what we believed was going to be a body, we stopped at that point and waited on the coroner to get there.
And were you certain that the child was not alive at that time?
I was, yes.
Was there blood on that, or what appeared to be blood or reddish stain on that blanket?
On the blanket, I do not know because I did not pull the blanket out. There was some stains on some of the clothing that was removed from the bag.
And all of those items that you collected, the shoes, the sleeper, and the bag that the baby or the infant was found in, all of those were sent to the GBI crime lab.
That is correct.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I had at this time, Judge.
Carter?
Thank you.
Wow. I feel for that guy.
Sir,
How are you?
pretty good.
Good. Ms. Zahn qualified you as an expert in crime scene investigation. You've been doing that for Newton County for how long?
Since 2008.
And you have continuing education requirements, is that right?
That's correct.
And you're up to date on all those?
That's correct.
When a crime scene needs to be analyzed, processed, recovered, things of that nature, they turn to you.
That's right. They usually, when on any crime scene, they request my unit to respond.
Okay. So optimally, if a body is found inside of a house, optimally for you, it would be seen from the outside, the scene would be taped off, and you would just go in, you'd be the first or really only person to go in there because you would know that the scene wasn't tainted or messed with, right?
Ideally, yes.
All right. And kind of the opposite happened in this case. This was treated as an emergency situation because they were actually looking for the child. So lots of people in the trailer. We don't have a list of who was in the trailer. So you really can't do a whole lot as far as fingerprints, fibers and things like that with this scene. Is that fair?
That's correct. It's like I said, due to the fact there's so many different people, they've been looking into the residence, looking for the child. Any evidence that was there would have already been compromised.
Absolutely. Can't imagine.
Recall approximately what time and day and time you did the photographs and processed the trailer in this case?
Yep.
Give me just a moment. I think I've got that notated.
And his eyes are just lifeless and dark and dead. They
No, I don't
doesn't have
my
anything to
time
do with
notated down,
tattoos.
but I arrived
They're
on
just
Saturday.
dark.
It was going to be in the afternoon. It was going to be after lunch.
On the 7th?
That is correct,
Saturday
yes.
the 7th. Were the photos taken on that same day?
That's right. That's right. It was. Same time as I arrived, I immediately started taking photographs.
And when you noted the messiness of the trailer, you understood that people had been tearing the trailer apart basically to look for the child.
Yep.
That's correct.
Okay. At some point, probably that day, you had to suspect that there was a possible crime scene there, right?
They
Like
are,
something
Carmen. They are. She's
bad
just
had
a,
happened there in the trailer area.
I can't
We
explain
knew
her.
The child had not been located, so at that time, like I said, my original call was a missing and possibly kidnapped child.
Okay. If a person is shot, a lot of times there'll be blood that comes like spattered on a wall. There'll be a blood pattern, things of that nature, right?
That is correct, yes.
If a person's stabbed, the same thing might happen.
Correct.
Anytime a person is injured and there is blood or there is pushing, things hitting walls, things hitting furniture, those are things that you're going to look for when trying to determine what happened in a crime scene. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
So that back bedroom where the children were sleeping, you attempted at least to determine if there was evidence of a crime.
That's correct. I went back there, once a search warrant was secured, I did enter the residence and I did go back and look through that back bedroom myself, looking for items of interest.
Okay. And you didn't find anything.
No, I did not.
Do you have UV lights, capability of using UV lights to determine the presence of materials, human materials, on surfaces?
At this present time, we do now, yes.
Did you at that time?
At that time, I do not believe we did.
Okay, so you weren't able to check for presence of semen, other human materials in that general area, is that fair?
By using the forensic light sources, no, I was not.
All right. Now, luminol is a chemical agent that expresses the presence of blood, is that fair?
It's a blood detection agent, yes, sir.
It actually picks up on the iron inside the blood, but you are able to determine whether there is blood on a surface that cannot be seen with the eye by using luminol.
That's correct.
All right, did you have luminol available to you in 2017?
We did not use luminol at the time. We were using a similar product as called Blue Star.
Okay, so, all right, 2017 you had Blue Star,
That's correct.
which is does it also detect iron in the blood?
Same process as the luminol, yes.
Okay. Were you able to use that in this case?
No, I did not.
All right. Were you able to? In other words, you had the ability
We had,
to,
yes, sir, we had. the
I hope
ability.
not.
but you did not in this particular case.
That's correct, we did not.
All right. The pattern? Do you still have the bag?
I'm sorry?
You still have the bags with the bag with the blanket in it
No, sir.
and the cover?
No, sir.
Bag with the what? The cover. So, to the best of your knowledge, this was the cover of the sleeper that Caliyah was sleeping in the night she disappeared.
That's what I was told, yes.
Okay. And have you checked this with the Blue Star to determine if there was any blood on it?
No, I did not. That item was removed from the residence prior to my arrival on scene, like I said, for the scent for the canines.
Okay. And was this item held by law enforcement from the time they got it for use with the canines until
Good.
you received it for evidence?
Yes, it was.
Did you send this to the GBI crime lab to determine whether there was semen or blood or anything on this particular item?
That item I do not believe went. If you give me just a second, I will check and see.
That's a good point. It's probably Courtney's. I'd say she went through a lot. Gabby's bringing up the alpha team. And guys, if we laugh or joke about something, it's not because we are trying to take anything away from what happened here, but this is horrible. And it's hard to just sit in it constantly. You gotta have an outlet. I was thinking the same thing, Hamilton.
I do not have listed in the chain of custody where that item went to the crime lab.
Okay. So on the 7th, your inspection for a crime scene is basically visual. You looked to see if you saw anything that resembled blood, and you didn't see anything, so that's all that was done on the 7th.
That's correct.
Did you ever go back later and check again with Blue Star or use any other method to determine whether there was a crime scene?
No, I did not.
You received information, or the state received information several months later, that there was a possible stain of some sort at the trailer. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you actually did go out several months later and try to determine if you could find evidence of a crime scene in the trailer.
Right, but I did not use Blue Star on that item. At that item was used was a hemostat, which is also a blood detection system. That item did show a positive reaction to the test.
Okay. What was that item?
Actually, it was the floor.
Okay. And did you submit that item to the GBI for testing?
We did.
And that came back as being negative for blood?
I believe it did. I have not seen the results, the GBI results, but I believe it did come back negative for blood.
Okay.
So it would have been a false positive on that test.
All right. So between the 7th of October, when this child was missing, and now, you have not been able to determine that there is a crime scene inside the trailer based on any particular piece of evidence?
No, nothing physical, such as any type of blood patterns, anything like that. No, I was not.
And you've done your best to look for it and try?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, you noted that you could not tell any evidence of forced entry into the trailer.
That's correct.
If the doors were unlocked at the time someone were to come in, you would not see signs of forced entry. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, the next day, October 8th, you received information that some items had been found out in the woods.
That's correct.
And the first thing was a camo jacket with some kind of a smoking device and some kind of smoking papers and empty wallet.
That is correct.
As you were on that scene, you determined that there was another scene nearby.
I was told yes.
Okay. Now, were the items, the camo jacket, were they tested for bodily fluids, blood, anything of that nature?
There was no blood noted on it. It would have been difficult to test for anything else due to the fact that the items were wet.
Okay. Would the GBI have been able to dry those items out, test for the presence of DNA, identifying information, and give you a report if it would have been submitted?
Probably, yes.
Okay. And were those items submitted to the GBI?
Those items, no, they were not.
Okay. Now, let- okay. So, the residence we're talking about again is this trailer here.
That is correct.
And the trail comes up beside this little shed here. And there's a gap in the fence right here.
Oh no, cameraman's got to move.
Is that right?
That's correct.
And there are power lines right here that, and that's what the easement is for. The power company has an easement to allow access to the power line.
That's correct.
All right. So, when you arrived on the scene the second day on October 8th, you came from Henderson Mill,
That's correct.
right? And so the first item was off the main easement,
That's correct.
and that's the camo jacket, off the main easement toward, and if you're looking from Henderson Mill, it was on the left.
It's on the left side, that's correct.
And it was approximately, do you recall approximately how far it was into the woods?
It was just right at the edge of the wood line.
Okay. This dot appears to be a little bit further in. It was a little closer to the edge of the wood line.
That's correct.
Is that fair? All right. And then the bag that you found was down in this area.
That's correct.
Now, from this easement, from this path here, to get to this, there's significant wooded area. Is that,
That's
if
correct.
you went straight from the easement to the bag, there's a lot of woods.
That's right.
On this side, there are fewer woods, but there's some woods.
That's right.
And then, but from Henderson Mill, there's a straight path into that area.
That's correct.
Now, this area right here is not just the indention where the hole is, but there's also a big indention, like it's been cut out at some point in the past, or water has run through, or something, but it goes down into a small valley, a 20-foot, I guess, piece cut out of the land. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then that log is kind of laying over the depression in the ground.
That's correct.
And then the hole is in the log.
It's right underneath the log.
The easiest way to get to that
Thank you, I appreciate it.
path is through from
Hope
Henderson
you
Mill
come
straight
back
to the
again
bag.
soon.
That's the shortest path,
the
yes.
shortest and easiest because there are no woods in the way.
That's correct.
Now,
Don't look up the baby Brianna case because I just did. Don't look it up. Just the very first things that came up. Don't look it up. It's from 2002, so I don't know that I could even find it. But just the pictures that come up in the images are of the baby that came up on my page first. So be warned if you look it up. Also in the defense of the cameraman, because when I was looking at trying to do timestamps yesterday, I seriously think it's the guy that we see sitting in the back of the courtroom that's looking at all these little monitors, and he's controlling the camera with a joystick, like a game thing. I think that's why it's so slow to go around, is because he's back there moving it like with the game controller. I don't think it's what we're used to in court TV or whatever. So, in that poor guy's defense. But yeah, the other thing, yikes.
you wanted to preserve the scene as best you could. Is that fair?
That's correct.
But civilians had found the bag.
That's correct.
You don't know what they did necessarily with it other than just what they told you.
That's right.
And again, if it was in a perfect world, you would have known where the bag was. You would have, dissected the scene in a forensic manner rather than just, doing whatever a civilian would have done with it.
That's correct.
But you couldn't. So all you've got a bag partially coming out
warned
of
you.
that hole. Is that fair?
That's correct, yes.
All right. So you were able to, once you loosened the string, you were able to pull a few items out.
That's right.
And one of those was a camouflage T-shirt.
Yes, it was a camouflage T-shirt. Had the varsity red on the front of it.
Okay. Was that male or female? Do you recall the size?
Give me just a second. I wrote the size down. It was a size large. It was
Okay.
large.
All right. And there was a pair of blue boxer shorts,
Black and blue, yes.
black and blue. And what's the third item?
It was a blue starter shirt.
Okay. And do you recall the size on that?
It was a medium.
Okay. And what about the size of the boxer shorts?
They were also medium.
Now, you noted that on some of those items, you visually detected the presence of possible blood.
That's correct.
And did you use any type of enhancement method to determine whether there was the presence of blood on those?
No, I was just going strictly off of visual, what appeared to be a blood stain.
Okay. And in this case, it would be important to know whose blood that was.
That's correct.
Whether it was the child's blood or whether it possibly was the perpetrator's blood.
That's correct.
Right. And you did submit that to the crime lab,
That's correct.
but you only did that 2 weeks ago.
They were only submitted 2 weeks ago, yes.
Okay. The results from that came back inconclusive, is that correct?
I have not seen the results.
Is there
They
a
send it in so late.
investigative reason why those items weren't submitted until 2 weeks ago?
Thank you.
No, there's not. Typically, obviously, it just got overlooked on that one. Unfortunately, we're all human. We all make mistakes, and that one just got overlooked.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Frost?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple questions. Investigator Kitchens, how are you, sir?
Doing good.
Obviously, I represent Ms. Bell. Mr. Carter represents Mr. McNabb. Just to keep things straight, I'm just going to go, unfortunately, I'm going to have to duplicate a couple things, but I'm going to boil it down real quick. The items that were found in the bag, I guess the gym bag, the drawstring bag, those you said were not compromised?
No, I did not say they were not compromised. They were located inside the bag, and they were found by civilians.
So not the ideal situation.
That's correct.
And I think, like I said, I'm going to try to zip through this, but I want the jury to be clear and the record for Ms. Bell.
100%.
Were you ever able to determine who the items in the bag belonged to?
No, I was not.
All right, so certainly nothing pointed to my client, Ms.
No, I
Bell.
did not identify who any of the property belonged to.
Okay.
As far as the clothing items.
All right. And so there essentially is no crime scene in the trailer. Is that,
There was no signs of any type of trauma in the trailer. That's correct.
all right? And there is no DNA, fingerprints, or any physical evidence, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Ms. On?
Investigator Corporal Kitchens, inside that trailer, you were asked just a few moments ago on cross-examination whether you performed any testing to determine if there was a presence of semen or bodily fluids or DNA. Would you expect to find the defendant McNabb's DNA, semen, bodily fluids in that trailer where he lived?
Sure, along with fingerprints or anything else. That's where he lived. That's where his items are going to be found there.
And in fact, if he, in an interview, told Investigator Alexander that he and Courtney had sex on that couch just hours before the baby went missing, then you certainly would expect, it's not beyond the realm of possibility, that there would be his DNA there in that house.
That's correct.
And as Courtney's DNA should be in that house too, she lives there, right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, you were asked whether or not you checked for blood or semen on the baby liner. Was it apparent to you that there was not blood stains on the baby liner?
I think that's
I did not
correct.
see any type of stains of any type.
Okay. Now, semen on the baby liner, this was not a sexual assault investigation, was it?
No, it was a missing or kidnapped child case at the beginning.
You didn't learn from, or did you learn from Investigator Alexander and Tommy Davis, the coroner, that after the autopsy, it was learned that there was some sexual assault on this baby, did you?
No, I was not.
So would you check to see if there was semen on a baby liner?
No,
Unless
I
it's a
wouldn't.
sexual assault investigation?
There would be no reason to, no.
But since this the child that belongs to these two defendants, would it not be expected that their trace DNA would be on that blanket if there were any DNA to be found? Most logically, putting on our common sense hat and putting off crime scene hat, would it not be very logical that their DNA would be on that liner?
Sure, just like my DNA would be found at my house.
So that evidence would neither confirm that they were responsible for their
Exactly.
child's death, nor would it exclude them.
That's correct.
Now, with the camo jacket and the hookah and the rolling papers and the wallet and everything that was found out there in the woods, and even with the shoes that were found the day before, if the defendant, in an interview with Investigator Alexander, connects himself to all of those items, would it not be something that you would expect that you would find, again, his evidence on?
That's correct.
Would it be necessary to test those items to determine who brought them to the woods if the defendant McNabb admitted to Investigator Alexander that he's the one who brought those items to the wood?
No, there would be no reason to do any testing.
Now, there's a camo t-shirt and a blue and black pair of camouflage boxers and a blue starter shirt inside of that bag. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You were just asked whether or not you tested any of those items. You sent them off to the crime lab,
That's
right?
correct.
And you were just asked whether they were tested to determine if it was the child's blood or if it was the perpetrator's blood. This 14-day-old baby died from blunt force trauma. Is that correct?
From my understanding, yes.
Is there any case that you've ever worked as a crime scene investigator where a 14-day-old baby inflicts defensive wounds on their killer and would leave perpetrator blood inside of a bag?
No.
Would you expect that any perpetrator who killed this child would have left their blood on the child's blanket?
Only if they've got cut in the process of removing.
If the defendant admits, defendant McNabb admits that he owned that bag or a red and blue Nike Air Jordan drawstring bag, and Cortney Bell also says the defendant owned a drawstring bag that looks identical to the one found there in the woods, would you need to test it to see whether or not the defendant's DNA was on that bag?
No, I would not.
Would you use your common sense and realize that that bag?
Objection, Your Honor, convening.
Okay.
Also, Judge, if you could keep the defendants straight, you can confirm the defendant.
Well, every time she's done that, she's then corrected herself and pointed out there's.
On the last one, I don't know. I may have missed it.
Don't know that she finished her last question before the objection started coming. So let's let her finish.
Yes, sir.
If the defendant owned that bag, the defendant McNabb, would you need to test that bag to determine whether or not his DNA was on the bag?
No, I would not.
Given the fact that the bag was out there in the woods, and you mentioned that there was raining, would you expect that there would be trace evidence or DNA necessarily on that bag?
It's possible, however, the rain could have diluted it down so it would not have been identifiable.
When you're investigating crime scenes, do you have to assign some level of plausibility to a theory before you just start testing things?
Sure we do.
So, in theory, if you went into that trailer, in theory, in any crime scene, you could swab with a Q-tip every single square inch of an area looking for whatever evidence might be there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you contemplate that somebody might have broken into this trailer and kidnapped the kid and took the baby out there and killed it in the woods?
Due to the fact that there was no forced entry noted on any window or door of the trailer, no, that did not. It did not appear to be plausible at that time that somebody had broke in and kidnapped that child.
Thank you. That's all that I have, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Zahn asked you whether it would be important to look for fingerprints because you're going to find Mr. McNabb's fingerprints in his own trailer. Is that right?
That's correct. It is.
And you wouldn't be important to look for his DNA or for DNA in the trailer because his DNA is going to be in the trailer.
That's correct.
And it wouldn't be important to check out these other things inside the bag because it's going to be Caliyah's blood, right?
Not necessarily police blood, but there was, like I said, there was no signs of any trauma noted at the house or at the mobile home. And as far as going into the bag, the only items that was removed was those 3 items.
So if you and the rest of law enforcement assume that Chris McNabb was the one who killed the child, there's no point in looking for anybody else because you know his stuff's going to be on there. So there's no point in checking to see if there are fingerprints or blood from anybody else, right?
I don't think anybody assumed that anything at that point in time. I have to follow the evidence and see where the evidence leads us to.
If you would have checked for fingerprints on the doorknob to that house and you received fingerprints that did not belong to Cortney McNabb, Chris McNabb, or anybody in law enforcement, but belonged to somebody from a mental institution who had escaped recently, wouldn't that be important to the investigation?
It's almost impossible to pull fingerprints from a doorknob due to the fact that they rotate and distort any prints that may have been left on there.
To answer the question, if you would have found a fingerprint from an escaped inmate from a mental asylum, you would want to know that, right?
It would have been nice to know that, yes.
Okay. If the blood that was inside the bag that contained the body of the child contained the DNA of a escaped inmate from a mental asylum, you would want to know that.
If it contained any blood that belonged to anyone, then it would have been important to know, not where if they're an escaped inmate or not. It would have been important to know, yes.
But you and the
Was there
sheriff's
one?
department thought Chris McNabb did it from the very beginning, so you didn't check these theories.
Let me correct you on one thing right there, Mr. Carter. I did not have any contact with Mr. McNabb. My whole thing on mine was due strictly to the collection of the evidence. I did not interview anybody in this case. So as far as me making the determination that any one person had done it, that is a false statement. I did not do that.
And I am not trying to say that you personally did this, but you were part of an investigation. The lead investigators in the case never asked you to take that blood to the GBI to determine whose blood that was inside the bag. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Nobody from on high asked you to see if you could get any trace evidence from the trailer, understanding to find any fingerprints anywhere, because nobody asked you to, right?
It would have been impossible to find a readable print, like I said before, due to the fact that so many of law enforcement, family, and other people had already been in and out of that trailer numerous times prior to my arrival on scene.
Say just
If
that
you or
day.
somebody in your family was accused of a crime, you would want the police to do everything they could to make sure who did it, would you not?
Sure.
And submitting the blood from that bag was an important step that was missed. Is that
Correct.
correct? And just assuming that since you don't see anything in the trailer, that the crime did not occur there, and not looking for another scene, those are things that were overlooked and that should have been done to determine for sure who did this. Is that fair?
Some things were overlooked, yes, there was, and like I said, we're all human, and we all miss some things. I am by no means, by any stretch of the imagination, am I perfect.
And I absolutely appreciate you admitting that there was a mistake. A lot of people would have tried to make excuses, and I understand that you just did not think about doing it. If you were on trial, you would want those things done, though, right?
Correct.
That's all I have, Judge.
Frost,
Nothing further, thank you, sir.
Ms. Sonic.
Nothing further.
You may step down, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Michael McCarricker.
I think I would have went back with one more direct and said, was there an inmate that escaped from an insane asylum running around at that time? It's kind of a weird thing to throw out there. And they weren't throwing out anything else. Like I said the other day, if not you, then who? You didn't say, I made a new friend. She was pregnant too. Nobody, and now my baby's gone. Generally, when those things happen, they generally kill the mom anyway. Or unalive the mom.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly
But
swear
they
or
never
affirm that
even
the testimony
even
you're about to
offered
present
that
tonight
theory.
before this jury today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Can you please state your name?
Yes, my name is Michael McCarriger, McCarrier.
Where are you employed, sir?
I'm employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences.
And what is your position there?
I'm the manager of the Trace Evidence Section.
Okay. And how long have you been there employed at the GBI?
Almost 12 years.
Can you tell us about your educational background?
Brother,
Yes, I
cousins.
have a bachelor's degree in biology with a minor in chemistry from the State University of New York. I have a master's of science in forensic science from Marshall University.
Can you tell the members of the jury what sort of training you undergo for the position at the crime lab to test trace evidence?
Yes, I'm proficient in 3 areas of testing specifically: gunshot primer residue, hair examinations, and glass examinations. Each one of those came with a training program that lasted anywhere between 9 months and a year and a half.
And are there other trace testing that is done at the crime lab as well?
Yes, other testing that's done within my section of the laboratory would include paint exams, fiber exams, something called fracture matching as well.
Okay. And can you give us any kind of an idea how many different objects you've tested or how many tests you performed during the period of time that you've been employed at the GBI?
I've performed approximately 1,400 gunshot primer residue exams, 40 or 50 hair exams, and 30 or 40 glass exams.
Your Honor, I offer this witness as an expert in trace evidence examination.
He did not need to tell us he works in law enforcement. His haircut told us he works in law enforcement.
Can you tell the members of the jury what trace evidence is?
Yes, trace evidence is a term the state of Georgia uses specifically. Obviously, it's more than the state of Georgia, but in the state of Georgia, it's small items of evidence that you usually need a microscope to see. That it's different than DNA, which you might hear about, which obviously is very small too. But it's hairs and fibers and things that can be transferred from one place to another.
And generally speaking, how is that testing done?
Usually with a microscope, standard microscope you might have seen in your high school science classes. Oftentimes we have what are called comparative microscopes, which are kind of 2 microscopes that connect in the middle and allow you to see what's on both stages.
Where might trace evidence be found?
It can be found anywhere.
So, for example, on my suit right now, would I have trace evidence potentially
True.
on this suit?
Yes, it's possible. I mean, me personally, I've ridden today in a state vehicle that is shared with other people. I've sat on 2 or 3 benches outside, and now I'm sitting in a seat here. So there could be transfers of extraneous hairs and fibers between me and the things I've touched, and also the things I've touched in me.
Are there limitations to trace evidence in terms of, I guess, using it as an investigative tool to be able to identify a suspect or to exclude a person from a crime?
It's most powerful when it's difficult to use to develop a suspect, if we're talking about hairs specifically, because most hairs do not yield DNA profiles. I think there's an assumption that if you have a hair, you have someone's DNA profile. The fact of the matter remains that very, very few of the hairs we come across in cases are even suitable to attempt DNA testing on. And even when we attempt that DNA testing, our biology section obtains profiles about 16 to 18% of the time. So it's very difficult to get nuclear DNA from a hair. It takes on more power when a subject has been identified and we get a known hair standard from that person. And that's when one of my hair examiners could look at question hairs that are found somewhere and compare it to a person's known hair. But there's not a database of known hair to pull from, so if you don't have a suspect identified, it's difficult to use hair because of the DNA limitations to develop a suspect.
So, do you recall a conversation that you and I had on this case, this particular case, sometime since it occurred? The crime is alleged to have occurred in October 2017, and this would have been at least several months ago, possibly a year ago.
Yes, I do remember us speaking on the telephone.
And I called you to discuss potential tests that could be done in this case, and just to see if there was any other testing that we possibly could think of to do that might help us in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall specifically discussing like this baby liner, which has been previously admitted into evidence in State's Exhibit number 63, if the baby that is alleged to have been killed and or kidnapped in this particular case was lying in this sleeper, this lining, whether or not that particular item might yield any fruitful testing. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. if that liner was inside of the trailer and the baby was sleeping in the trailer, what trace evidence might be expected to be on there and from whom?
Anyone who frequents that trailer would have possibly been standing over the baby, or depending on where that liner has been, if it comes into contact with anything else in that trailer, if hairs are laying around, fibers are laying around. If someone had a short amount of time standing over that liner, you'd be relying on, for trace evidence, you'd be relying on the fact that the person would happen to shed a hair at that exact moment that they grabbed the baby if they were foreign to that trailer, which would
Okay.
be a low possibility.
And if this particular item and pretty much everything in the trailer had been handled by multiple law enforcement officers, multiple family members who came to look for the child, both defendants and even friends that were invited over to help on the search, would that, again, reduce the potential evidentiary power, I guess, of that item and any other items in the residence, given how many people were in there tossing things about?
Yes, at that point, I mean, after the alleged incident occurred, you'd be exposing that to either loss of what had been there or contamination with people coming in after the fact.
And if that sleeper was one that's easily transported, as opposed to like a stationary crib that was inside of a residence, would that also further expose that sleeper and that liner to other people's trace evidence, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, if you're taking something from one environment and putting it into another, you're introducing it to the possibility of extraneous hairs and fibers that might be in that new environment.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have this one.
All our dreams are shattered, Hamilton. TV lied.
No, master's degree, not a
Sorry,
PhD.
I
No problem.
misunderstood. Mr. McGarter, you said that it's hard to identify a suspect from trace evidence like hair because of the lack of DNA. Is that
It's
correct?
hard, I guess maybe the proper term would say develop a subject.
Right. But if you have a subject, you're able to eliminate a suspect based on that trace evidence. Is that fair?
If you have a suspect, you could try to associate the person with the item, yes.
Right. Or eliminate that person.
Well, a lack of trace evidence doesn't eliminate the possibility they've been associated with that item, but it would be a lack of evidence supporting that theory.
Right. But if your suspect had pink hair and the hair that you find is black, you can eliminate that this is probably not that subject's hair from that particular time period.
Yes, assuming all of their hairs on their head were dyed.
Right. And if you looked at all of the evidence, in other words, several people have sat in that chair the last few days. There might be trace evidence from all of those people there, right?
Yeah, it's possible, and
And
people
it's-
who've sat here beyond the last few days as
Right.
well.
And it's possible that there's no trace evidence from some of them, but there is from others, right?
Correct.
Okay. But if you were to go through the list of people who've testified here today, and you found that there is trace evidence that does not associate with any of those people, you can say, somebody that I don't know has been in this chair at some point recently. Is that fair?
Well, when doing a hair exam, if we're going to get further into the weeds on it, even on items that we do associate with people through hair, there are always hairs that we are unable to do anything with. They don't have any information with them. If you look at the hairs on your arms, there's no characteristics to those hairs. So on every item we analyze, there's always items or hairs that we cannot associate to any person, even if given an exhausted list of everyone who could have been there.
Right. But if we analyzed that chair, we took all the trace evidence from that chair, we looked at all the people who have testified the last couple of days and sat there, and we found trace evidence from some of them and not others, but we found trace evidence from someone who we know to be somebody not from here, that we know to be the governor. If we find trace evidence that we can associate with the governor, then we can say, you know what, the governor must have been here fairly recently, or somebody near the governor touched the governor and that evidence got here. But somehow we would know that the governor has been sitting in that chair or his trace evidence is near that chair.
If we received the hair standard from the governor and we did a microscopical comparison and it was consistent,
Yes.
then we would look at the root and try to get the DNA profile from the governor. If that's unsuccessful, we could try mitochondrial DNA
Right.
to see if it's consistent with the governor. But there are ways of, yes,
Right.
doing the association.
Are you familiar with any of the other testing that was done in this case?
No,
Have you-
sir, actually, I'm not.
Have you reviewed that? Okay.
No.
Thank you, sir. Well, can I ask one more question? When you were looking for DNA, are you qualified to talk about DNA to some extent?
As it pertains to hairs,
Okay.
to an extent.
All right, never mind. Thank you.
Frost,
Just one question, Mr. McCarter.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're not here to present any data or anything on any trace evidence that was found in this case?
No, we did no testing in my section.
Very good, thank you.
Hassan,
Nothing further, Judge.
you may step down. Any reason why you might not be excused?
No, Your Honor, we'd ask you to be excused.
You excuse me, further attendance on the court. We've got about 25 minutes. You got a witness to fill that?
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Tommy Davis.
Yay, I muted myself. I said, I know the defense attorney is driving you nuts, and he's driving me nuts too, especially with his far-fetched mental patient escaping story, whatever that was. But I will stand by the fact that they have a job to do and they need to do it. And because if the worst of us can't present a defense, the best of us will not be able to present a defense. Not all lawyers are created equal. That is true. The thing I will say about this defense attorney, Mr. McNabb's, is he always asks a question. Hers hardly ever asks a question. And I'd kind of rather you'd at least try to help me than sit there and do nothing. At Lover of Mutt's mom, if you want to see a great defense attorney, you need to watch that trial. I streamed it a couple of months ago. It's a crazy trial. She is excellent. I have never seen her. She put on such a good defense. And it was really good. It's really, really good trial to watch. But yeah, check that out. And you might get a little different perspective on defense attorneys. I know people don't like them. I don't always like them. But yeah. Carmen. I'm just glad you were all here to tell me I was muted. Thank you. And yes, I don't know the whole thing about the mental institute inmate, whatever it was like, what? Oh yeah, she was very well paid. And that's the other thing. Had this guy not have had a good defense attorney, it probably would have ended very differently. And so, yeah. All right, you guys. I'm going to push play now. I was trying to make it so you didn't hear me typing on my keyboard because if I type on my laptop, it's not so loud. But typing on my keyboard is never mind. Absolutely. And he, like I said, he was lucky and that he was able to afford her. But she's great. She's a good attorney. Man. Carmen, I will ground you. She deserved that one to be said. She didn't deserve it well, she kind of deserved it at the time, but she deserved you to remember it. All right. Where's our witness?
Raise your right hand, please, sir.
Oh, no.
Please swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before this jury today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Please introduce yourself to members of the jury.
My name's Tommy Davis. I'm the coroner here in Newton
Agreed.
County.
Uh-oh.
Briefly tell the members of the jury what the coroner does.
The coroner's main duty is to determine cause, manner, and circumstances related to any death here in Newton County that we are involved in the investigation for.
Now, were you contacted on October the 8th, 2017 to respond over off of Henderson Mill Road in a wooded area for a body?
I was, yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury when you got there who you met with?
I met with Investigator Kitchen.
What did they show you or tell you?
We went into the wooded area there, and a drawstring bag had been found, and contents of the bag appeared to be that of an infant child.
Were you aware that there had been a reported missing child from the day before in that area?
Yes, I was.
Now, did they actually give you the body or the bag?
We went into to where the bag was located, and at a certain point, we decided it was time to remove the bag from the area and take it up to the GBI State Medical Examiner's office for autopsy. I removed the bag from that location and transported it there.
Can you tell the members of the jury during that period of transportation, did you ever remove the child from the bag or unwrap any of the contents inside of the bag that the child was in?
No, I did not. We decided we would leave everything as it was, take all of that as evidence, and directly to the medical examiner's office for the medical examiner to do that.
Did the item, the bag itself and the body that was inside of the bag, were you present for the autopsy?
I was, yes.
Was the autopsy the first time that the body was removed from the bag and any items were removed from the child's body?
Yes, it was, yes.
And did in fact this body that you carried to the crime lab in this, I guess you call it a drawstring bag,
Right.
was that the body of Caliyah McNabb?
It was.
Now, at the autopsy in this case, you attended, is that correct?
I was there, yes.
And is part of your responsibility as coroner to work with the GBI Medical Examiner's Office to provide them necessary information that they might need to reach a conclusion in a case?
Right, what we do is we take the scene investigation and we turn all of that over to the medical examiner. We give them information about how we discovered the body, circumstances that led us up to discovering the body, and so forth. We turned all of that over to Dr. Darasaw, who's the medical examiner on this case, discussed it that morning before the autopsy started, and then she started the autopsy.
And part of the investigative work that you do to provide for the medical examiner's office is medical records sometimes, is that correct?
Correct. We do subpoena on medical records. We do the field investigation and the footwork up to the medical portion that the medical doctors do.
And in this particular case, you provided Dr. Darasaw with the medical records from the child's birth on September 23rd 2017 from Piedmont Hospital, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
John, right off for State's Exhibit number 10, which is a certified copy of the Piedmont Newton Medical Record for Caliyah McNabb.
No objection.
That would be so hard.
Yes.
Will be admitted without objection.
Did you also gather records from a visit that she had had at Dr. Khalid's office just before her death?
The pediatrician, yes.
Okay. And those have already been tendered into evidence. Mr. Davis, I wanted to ask you about your familiarity with crimes and investigations involving cadaver dogs. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the occasion in your years as the coroner here? How long have you been coroner?
Been with the office since 2003, elected as coroner in 2008, and have served since then.
And approximately how many death investigations, how many dead bodies do you go out and see every year?
Our office responds to just over 250 to 275 cases a year.
And that includes all of the homicides here in this county, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And have you had the occasion to respond to homicides where a body has been found in a wooded area, or there's reason to believe that a body might be found outdoors in a wooded area?
Yes.
Have you had the occasion to be on crime scenes where they've used cadaver dogs or tracking dogs?
I have.
Are those 100% successful?
No, ma'am.
And are they a tool that can be used?
They are a good tool for investigation, but they are not always successful.
Do you have an example of a case where a cadaver dog or multiple cadaver dogs failed to return or bring investigators to the scene of a dead body or body parts?
Yes, we had a,
To relevance, unless they can show that the circumstances of that case are exactly like the circumstances of this case, whatever story he's about to tell is not going to be relevant to the particular case that we have here.
Objection overruled. You may go forward.
Go ahead.
we had a case here in Newton County where a person was dismembered, and the body parts were placed in a wooded area down in the southern portion of the county. The homeowner there, her dog was turned out one night, which was normal for her to do, for the dogs to go out and run, and they brought back a foot. So we were called down to start a death investigation.
Nope.
First to confirm that it was actually a human foot, and then from there to start our investigation into who this possibly belonged to. And we did that. During that time, other body parts were found. We contacted the GBI State Medical Examiner's office. They helped in the investigation. And over the next day or so, cadaver dogs were brought in, search teams were brought in, and I believe there was probably 80 to 100 people involved in this search, along with the cadaver dogs. The cadaver dogs searched the area along with the people, and nothing else was found. So the property was opened back up to the homeowner and property owners there. And around 11 o'clock that night, I received a phone call from our dispatch to respond back out to that residence because a dismembered hand had been found, brought onto the porch by the same dog that had found the foot
Yeah.
several nights earlier.
And that was just the homeowner, for lack of a better term, her just like her mutt. I mean, just her regular dog.
Right, it
Yeah,
was. It was
just a
not
regular
trained
dog.
in any way. It was just her, one of her dogs. She might have had 2 or 3 of them, but that was just one of her animals there.
And that dog had not received all of the training and did not have all the experience, I assume, that all those cadaver dogs do.
No.
Thank you. That's all that I have, Judge.
Card?
Elvis would not have brought any parts back.
Yeah.
He does not like dead people.
You were talking specifically about cadaver dogs, right?
During that,
During what you're saying that they're not always successful, is that right?
that's right, yes.
You're not talking about trailing dogs, right?
Cadaver dogs, search dogs, any dog that would be used during an investigation or trying to discover a deceased person.
Well, cadaver dogs actually are looking for the smell of death, right? Smell of decomposition, right?
That's what they would be trained to do, yes, sir.
And trailing dogs, they're going to be looking for fresh scents, a scent that they have found from a person they're looking for,
Don't work with trailing dogs.
right? So okay, again, so your expertise that you're talking about here today is about cadaver dogs.
Cases I've been involved with before, yes, sir.
All right. If I drop dead right here, I don't smell like a cadaver, right?
You smell like yourself.
Right,
Yes.
until I start to decompose.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Possibly.
So I'm not going to start smelling like a cadaver until, what, 12 hours, 24 hours? How long does it take for a person to start smelling like death, like
Well-
decomposition?
Any type of decomposition would start immediately at the point of death.
At what point can you smell it?
I don't know. I'm not trained to do
It's
that.
not a dog.
Okay.
A dog smeller is better than the human
You may
smeller.
Step down, any reason why he might not be excused.
No, Your Honor, we ask that he be excused.
Excuse me, further attendance on the court. This time I'm gonna excuse y'all for lunch till 1 o'clock.
That's pretty cool.
Don't discuss this case with
Actually.
each other or anybody else, or allow anybody to discuss it with you. Remember all my early instructions. Do no investigation on your own.
Yes. Gabrielle thought that Deputy Elvis dog was a cadaver dog that didn't like cadavers. He's just a search dog that doesn't like cadavers. Yeah, do I smell what? Do I smell like a cadaver? What the heck does... No? That was a dumb question. But again, at least he asked it. Because the other guy didn't ask anything. Come on back. Oh, good. We have the circle. There we go.
I asked, now you're back from lunch, has anybody viewed anything, been on social media and seen anything, or read anything, or had anybody approach them to talk about this case? Everybody say no. No. Yeah, appreciate it. Okay, we're ready to begin now. Call your first, next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Gary Morgan.
Yes, you need to send me your flight information, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to present in the matter now pending before this jury today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Can you please state your name, sir?
Gary Morgan.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Sandy Springs Police Department.
And can you tell the members of the jury what it is that you do or where you're assigned at the police department?
Yes, at the Sandy Springs Police Department, I'm employed as a crime scene investigator. Some of my duties include fingerprint analysis, photography, and 3D recreation of crime scenes and accident scenes.
And how many years experience do you have in law enforcement?
I have 5 years of experience in law enforcement.
Are you familiar with a product named Faro?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell the members of the jury what it is?
Faro is a 3D laser scanner. It's almost like a camera you set up on a tripod. After you confirm all the settings are correct, then you will start the scanner. The scanner will take a number of points. It uses the same technology as LiDAR traffic speed detection does. A laser shoots out, it collects a point, comes back to the scanner, and then from there it records a point. It will record all of these points and create what's called a scan point cloud, which is essentially a 3D reconstruction of whatever room or area or even a vehicle that we have scanned. You'll take a number of those scans, put them all together in a project point cloud to create an entire 3D reconstruction of the scene. We can take the scene back to whatever date and time, how everything was when I scanned it. And then from there, we can fly through it, we can take measurements, we can see all of the little details about the scene that the scanner was able to capture.
And have you been trained on how to use this technology in Faro?
Yes, I was trained by the manufacturer, by Faro itself, in order to operate the scanner and to operate the software that it requires.
And you're certified by them as well?
Yes, I am certified by them.
And how many times have you used this equipment and software?
I have scanned approximately 900 separate scans over approximately 80 separate scenes.
What type of scenes have you scanned?
I have scanned scenes such as aggravated assaults, shootings, stabbings, things of that nature. I've scanned homicides. I've scanned traffic investigations for vehicular homicides or even just serious injury by vehicle. Anything where we wanted to create a 3D representation in order to go back to the scene to view data at a later time.
Have you testified as an expert before in the Superior Courts of Georgia on this subject matter?
Yes, I have. I testified as an expert in the Fulton County Superior Court.
And what was that case?
That was the Tex McIver case.
Have you, how many other experts in this area have testified on this subject matter?
Currently in this area, in the southeast region, there are only about 5 experts that have testified in criminal court.
Now, can you explain how the equipment and the software work? I know you gave us just a general description earlier, but how would you scan a scene?
So I would scan a scene by first going out to the scene. I'll take the scanner, I'll set it on top of the tripod that comes along with it, and I'll first verify that all of my settings are appropriate for whatever scene we are scanning. Different types of scene require different settings. A vehicle accident might require something than scanning the inside of a home or just scanning a roadway with no vehicles in it. After I verify all of my settings are right, I push the start button and then I let the scan run its course. The scanner is going to then take first the laser measurements, and then it's going to take a series of pictures in order to produce the color for the laser measurements. After that, after I get all of my scan positions that I need out on the scene, I will take the scanner back to the office, I'll take the SD card, put it into my laptop, and from there I'll start working in what's called Ferrocene. Ferrocene is the program that we use in order to process the scans, which is where the software determines what kind of data it's looking at, whether it is just laser or it's laser and the pictures as well. After the processing is done, we start registration. Registration is basically where the scanner stitches all of the separate scans together to create this one 3D scene. After that, I will create a project point cloud, which just lets us view the scene a little bit easier.
Now, at this time, I would like to tender Gary Morgan as an expert in 3D scanning reconstruction and crime scene reconstruction.
You'll be allowed to testify as an expert in that area.
Detective Morgan, did I request your assistance in connection with this case back in November of 2017 with reconstruction of this crime scene?
Yes, that's correct.
And specifically, was that on November 10th of 2017?
Yes, I believe it was.
And did you bring your equipment to the scene, the trailer park there located off of 36 in Covington in Newton County, Georgia?
Yes, I did.
And did you scan the inside and outside of lot 31, the trailer there called lot 31?
Yes, I did.
And did you also scan from lot 31 to Henderson Mill Road via a power line easement next to the wooded area?
That's correct.
In total, how many scans did you perform? Do you recall?
I do not recall. I believe it was 34 or 35 scans.
Okay, and can you explain what projects you created with these images that you took?
Yes, I created, first we have the 3D scene itself, the project point cloud, which allows us to freely navigate the scene. We can go under the scene, above the scene, through the scene. We'll be able to go into the trailer, on the outside of the trailer, any of the areas that the scanner captured. I also created a fly-through video, which is something that can be viewed on any computer. It's just a MP4 type video. With that, it is a bit more limited. We cannot freely fly through the scene to see everything, but we can see the specific points that the scanner was set up to take. From there, I also created what's called a scene to go. A scene to go is almost like a photo walkthrough that you might see on real estate websites. It allows you to jump between the different scan stations to look at the picture that was taken. You can also still take measurements in this mode. You can also still add notes and take screenshots in this mode as well.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 67. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is a copy of the flash drive that contains the fly-through video and also contains the scene to go that was created and was tendered.
And did you prepare this exhibit?
Yes, I did.
And is this a copy again of what you have already on your laptop?
Yes, it is.
And did you also provide copies to the defense attorneys in the past 2 weeks when you gave me this copy?
Yes, I did.
And you actually sat down with all of us together and went over this project and your images, is that correct?
Yes, I went over the projects itself, the exact items that were being tendered, and also how to open the different projects and how to work them.
Your Honor, this time I would tender State's Exhibit number 67 into evidence.
This will be admitted without objection.
May I publish it, Judge?
You may.
Okay, Detective Morgan, you have your laptop up there, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm going to turn the screen on so that we can see what you have on your screen. Maybe dim the lights, thank you, sir. Can you kind of go through these in an order?
Yes.
Which order would be best for you to go through them?
It's going to be, the best order will be to go through the 3D scans itself. From there, we can, as I said, we can freely move around. If there are any questions as to anything, we can address those questions in the 3D scan. I will then present the fly-through video. You will all be able to see the exact route that the fly-through video takes. And after that, I will present the scene to go and some of the different methods that that can provide.
Okay, so if I had a question, for example, in the first project that you're going to show us, you could actually answer, like you could measure something for me?
Yes, I could.
And we could rely on that as an accurate measurement?
Yes, we could.
Okay, so let's go ahead and start with that first project then. And again, this one's called what now?
This is the project point cloud. So as we can see here, I can use my mouse and move multiple ways. I can move up, I can move down, I can move into the scene, I can tilt it, I can also move out. This mouse is a little bit tricky to operate, so I will try to take this as slow as I can and try not to have the camera jarring around too much.
Unlike ours.
Is this lot 31?
Yes, this is. So this is the exterior of lot 31. We have a door and a porch on this side here, and an open door and another porch on this side here.
Now, why does the bottom part of the trailer appear to almost be see-through or?
So the reason that some of these areas might appear to be see-through is the scanner was unable to collect enough points from there. If the scanner does not collect enough points, the points will be spaced out too far apart, and then it looks as if they're see-through. If we were to zoom way in on this, we can see all of these separate points that it collected. But if we were to do that on an area that's a bit more put together, that it had more points, it's harder to see that. So on this exterior here, the scanner, more than likely because of direct sunlight, had an issue collecting enough points to make a cohesive image.
Okay, you can proceed.
And then we can go inside of the trailer here.
And all of these items were present when you did the scans, correct?
Yes, anything that is here in this view was present at the time that we scanned it. That doesn't mean it was there or was not there before we scanned it or earlier or even later on. This might not be the current state of this trailer. This is only the exact date and time which we produced these scans.
I hope they show us.
As you guys can see, we can fly through walls.
Now, if I asked you to do some some measurements for me. Could you do that here?
Yes, I could.
Could you tell me what the length of this trailer is?
Yes. So if we go above the trailer here, so the exterior of this trailer, measured from the top, is 57.075 feet from the points that we measured.
And that is from the exterior.
Yes, that is the exterior of the trailer. I believe that the interior wall of the trailer just comes to this section right here. If you guys can see that mouse cursor,
No, we cannot.
it looks like there's a little bit of an overhang on that side.
Okay. What about the width of the trailer?
So the width of the trailer, let's zoom in a little bit closer so we can see that distance, looks to be approximately 11.7823 feet.
Okay. Can you go back inside the trailer?
Yes.
We just go right through the ceiling?
We can go right through the ceiling, right through the walls.
Okay. Can you measure the distance from?
He's having too much
door that you
fun.
were just, the door on the left, or the, I guess I'm calling that the front porch, that one. The distance from that to the couch?
The distance from this to the couch, would you like to the edge of the couch, the center chair, the center portion?
We'll just go to the center.
All right. So we'll go from the center of the doorway here along the floor to the center of the couch. And that comes out to approximately 10.48 feet, straight line distance.
And what about from that center of the couch to the other door that's on the right side as you're walking down the hallway?
Center of the couch to the other side, straight line distance. Let's make sure I can get a good angle here. That comes out to 18.1617 feet, but that is going through a wall.
Okay.
So if you would like, I can do a distance to the doorway and then back down to the hall.
Sure.
All right. So that comes out to an overall of 18.6107 feet.
Okay. And what about from that sofa, the edge of that sofa, to the air conditioning unit area in the master bedroom?
From the edge of that sofa to the air conditioning unit, would you like straight line distance or
Yes.
down the hallway?
I don't know that any of our suspects can fly through walls.
They might have thought they could when they were doing bad things.
All right, so to the floor in front of the doorway and then out to the air conditioning unit is 33.529 feet overall.
Okay, I don't think I have any other measurements that I would like for you to make at this point in time.
All right. In that case, we will continue out of the trailer. And then we have a roadway going through the trailer park.
And what is this?
Now this is the trail that goes from the trailer park. It follows the power lines and goes out to Henderson Mill, I believe it was.
Okay.
And then we have this easement here, which had we scanned along that would take us straight to Henderson Mill following the power lines.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting
Continuing
this.
through the wood line, there is a trail of sorts that is pretty free of brush. It leads off to the right and off to the left. and then into the wood line here.
And what is that area there?
This is the area that the body of the child was found.
Okay.
And Henderson Mill is straight that way. It looks like we can actually see just the edge of it up here.
All right. Now, are you capable of measuring the distance from the trailer, first as the crow flies, to that area where where the body was found?
Yes. So I have what is called a clipping box here. A clipping box allows me to temporary hide points to kind of get them out of the way. So we have a clipping box that is placed over the tree area that we were just in, so we can view that just a little bit better without some of the noise and the clutter in there. So if we go back into that, we can see this is the branch, the tree branch. All right, my mouse broke on me. Let's see if we can do this right here. This is to the center of the trailer itself because our other distances are there. It's a little hard to see the exact center of anything, so we can actually hide those in just a second here. But that comes out as the crow flies to 695.619 feet from the. Let's double check on that. Yes, that comes to the center of the trailer. So here we can hide any of our previous distances. They are still there. I would just have to go back through and click the visible button again so we'd be able to see them.
And
Clean
if you,
everything up a little bit.
is it possible to measure, of course, we don't know the route, the specific route that anyone might have taken to leave that baby where the child was found, but can you measure a path from the trailer, kind of sort of following the path that you just showed us in feet? 'Cause
Yes, we
without-
can go from the front, what's designated as the front door, or the back door.
front door is fine.
All right, so this is the front door step. And then following the roadway now we are through the bushes. And that comes out to an overall 856.206 feet as it was measured.
Okay. Is there anything else on that project that you,
Unless there are other measurements to be taken, no, there's nothing else on this project.
okay. What about the next project?
All right, next, this is a fly-through video that was created. This will fly us through a number of predetermined points in order to get a general overall view of the scene. This Faro watermark is going to continue to float around throughout this video. This video can be paused, it can be sped up, it can be slowed down. If if we need to go back a step or two, you can do that all with this video.
And what was that one called again?
This is the fly-through video or fly-through animation.
And then you have Scene to Go as your final project?
Yes, that's correct.
When this is finished, can you show the members of the jury Scene to Go?
No, this is Scene to Go. Once we open up our project here, this gives us a 2D top-down view of the scene itself and everything that was exported. We can move around through this. We can zoom in to see the actual scan positions themselves. So that was the last scan, number 36 there. We can come back over to the trailer itself, and we can see the other scan positions over here.
So every one of those dots, does that represent a different place you placed a 3D scanner and allowed it to make a 360 scan?
Yes, each one of these dots is a different area where the scanner was placed to get one scan.
And you scanned in color in this scan, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Is that optional?
Color is optional. If you do scan in color, though, you can actually swap back and forth between color and grayscale. The color is our go-to method, but if time is more of an issue or if lighting is an issue, we can't scan in color at night, so we have to do black and white then. So we can actually double-click on these different points and see the picture that was taken here.
And you can even see the shadow of your camera in the photo.
You can even see the shadow of the camera. We can
so crazy.
swap it over to grayscale by clicking that button there. And we can also go into a limited 3D mode that actually contains the points itself. The difference between this 3D mode and the first product that I showed, this is only one single scan. This cannot show all of the scans at once. To do so, you'd have to have a stronger computer, and you'd also have the original project point cloud that I showed first. The scene to go method it's a bit more computer friendly. It can be loaded on a lot of different computers as long as essentially if the computer can power on, you can probably load this version right here. You can load it, you can come through and create measurements by hitting measure distance. And if we wanted to measure the length of this driveway, we click one point, we click the other, and then we click OK. And that comes out to 20.811 feet. So this is a good deliverable method. It still allows some control. It just does not allow the complete control as the project point cloud does. And in this limited 3D view, we can fly around, but as we see, we can't see the other side of the trailer because this scan did not catch the other side of the trailer. So we can only see what that specific scan saw. So I'm going to go into my settings so we can see the other scan positions. So now we're here, we can see the next scan position. So that was scan 1. We can turn off the 3D if we want, go back to just the pictures, and then we can pop right over to scan 2. We can open it up in 3D. We can open it up in panorama view, which is the picture, and then we can also go back to the overview map, which was that 2D picture that we saw the first time. Or if we just double click it, it will take us right there. These areas that are blacked out, that's where the scanner caught if we were standing there. That might not have been the direct area we were trying to hit at that point, so we were still standing there. And you can see we're standing there as well.
Myself and Investigator Alexander. Or half of myself.
So these black areas are areas where there were points there, but the points were not relative to the scene we were trying to show, so the points were removed. Anytime you have points that were removed, it's going to show the black areas where there's just no data. You can also see there was a truck there at one point. That truck was removed. Just like before, we had measurements that we wanted to take. We can come over, click our measured distance. We can see from the edge of the couch to the doorway right there, after we hit OK, 4.798 feet from that specific point that was measured. The measurements might change a little bit if we were to click a slightly different point. If we were an inch off of the points that we clicked the first time, the measurement might be an inch off. But the actual numerical measurement from this point that we clicked here to that point that we clicked there is always going to be the same. Every single time if we click that one point over and over again. It's never going to change. It is, it's been scientifically proven that it is accurate down to almost millimeters, within millimeters.
Is there a way for you to measure in the master bedroom the distance, essentially the length of the room, the distance from the air conditioning unit to the doorway?
Yes, yes we can. Let me get a good scan here that we can see both of those. So to the edge of the doorway there, it is 11.325 feet. And we can continue to go through this. If we would like to see more of the scene, we can also just go back to our overview map and then pick whichever scan areas we would like to see. If we wanted to come down to see the wooded area where the body was discovered, we just double click on it, and then we can see the area right here. And we can faintly see Henderson Mill Road through the wood line there.
Great. Those are all the questions that I have for you. Thank you.
Mr. Carter? And Mr. Frost?
Well, that's different.
Remember, I was present for when you brought it in the first time?
That's correct.
I just have a couple very similar questions for you. We had talked that my client was on that sofa.
Yes.
Okay, so let me just make sure I've got it right. The sofa that she was asleep on to the location where Caliyah was sleeping, which was by the air conditioner, that is 33.529 feet, correct?
Yes, we can go back to our previous measurements here and double check that.
Okay. Will this come up in the 3D like
Crazy.
overview? Because my next question is going to have to do with walls. So
Um,
if you want to, I know that you're really good with this, so
Sounds good. So yeah, we'll come back to the 3D overview. We'll make these other measurements visible again
yes, sir.
so we can see them. So yes,
can see it.
33.529 feet is what that came back to.
And I don't know if you can tell or if you can go up above, like looking down.
Yes.
From that distance where my client is to where Caliyah was, how many walls are in between that?
Let's see. So the couch is positioned here. We can see the outline of this wall there.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. It would be 3 walls.
3 walls. Let's see. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Nothing further, Judge.
What was the point?
Let me get y'all three to come up here for a second.
Uh-oh. By the way, I just thought they were talking about the stuff they found on the couch because those two had had relations on the couch. That baby was 15 days old. What in the heck was she doing that? That's just wrong. Unless he made her do that. I don't know. This whole thing is weird. Absolutely, very, very thin walls. I don't know what he was trying to show with that, but give me a break.
Talking about up here for the defendants to realize and everybody to realize, we'd already heard testimony that along the trail they found the coat, the bong, the empty wallet, and maybe rolling papers. I was curious as to where that was in relationship to where the baby was found, because they didn't talk about it out here and all these measurements and everything. And I was just told up here at the bench that the reason why is this was done a month after that. And those items were picked up, and whereas you had something, the log and everything to tell where that was, there was nothing to tell where precisely those items were picked up. So when we go on our jury view today, that's not going to be pointed out to you where those items were found. So is everybody clear on all of what we talked about up here and what we're all talking about? Okay, any other further questions of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down, any reason why you might not be excused.
So did you catch that? They're going to
You're excused
go
before
on
the
a
judge
jury
of the
view.
court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may call your next witness. I should have asked this while I had all up here. Y'all come up here for a second again.
The judge is not done. I thought the judge, I was like, make him show us where it is. Yeah, I'd say she was feeling pretty good. Yeah, I can't. Me too. So there, Gabrielle, they're going to go out to the scene there. We won't see that, but they're going to go walk, I would say, see the trailer and then walk the path to where, well, not where the items, not where the jacket, the wallet, and the shoes were found, but where she was found. But that's what he was explaining. He was wondering where that was in the video, because it wasn't there. And, well, because the video was taken a month after, so they didn't have it. But good for him for thinking and asking the question. Yeah, that would be tough to go walk that scene, to go walk that trail.
Yeah. We're about to, next witness is going to be the doctor who performed the autopsy, I believe.
Uh-oh.
And during the course of this, you're going to see pictures of the child that's going to be laid out. I don't quite know how to tell you this. We had a whole meeting yesterday with the media and everything to make sure that those images were not going to be shown out onto the internet, live streamed, or whatever. And I'm again instructing the media, do not show those pictures. I just want to make y'all aware of that. As jurors, the state's producing the pictures, trying to prove a point. So you have to view the evidence at some time. You may choose to do it out here. The photographs that are going to be seen are going to be introduced into evidence. And so they'll be back with you themselves back in the room. Okay, so is everybody aware of what I'm saying? Okay, you may call your next witness.
Yeah. All right, well, you all heard it that are all watching, so we're not going to see the pictures, but I'm sure what we're going to hear is not going to be great, so you've been warned. Okay, Deputy Butt.
Will you raise your right hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hand down and have a seat there. Just pull yourself up to that microphone. Can you state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Laura, L-O-R-A, Darasaw, D-A-R-R-I-S-A-W.
And, how are you employed?
I am employed as the Director of Pediatric Forensic Pathology at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Okay, and what does that mean?
That means that I am a forensic pathologist, and one of my other specialties is pediatric pathology.
And what are your responsibilities specifically as director?
As director, my responsibilities are supervising the pediatric death investigator specialist and also being somewhat of an administrator of the pediatric deaths.
And can you tell the jury about your educational
Unfortunately,
Of
it's
course,
horrible.
I received my electrical engineering bachelor's degree from Marquette University in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Following that, I did graduate school with studies in molecular biology at the University of Missouri in St. Louis. Following that, I went to medical school and received my medical doctorate degree from the Medical College of Wisconsin. Following that, I did 4 years of residency training in general pathology. I then did specialty training in pediatric pathology at Baylor College of Medicine. And following that, I did my 1 year of specialty training in forensic pathology at the GBI through the Medical College of Georgia.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is the field of and specialty of pathology that deals with determining cause and manner of death when deaths are sudden and unexpected or of violent nature or suspicious nature.
And how long have you worked as a medical examiner here in the state of Georgia?
Since 2001, July 2001.
Are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
In what exactly?
I am board certified in anatomic, clinical, pediatric, and forensic pathology.
And have you testified as an expert in forensic pathology and pediatric forensic pathology before?
Yes, I have.
Is that in the state of Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many times?
203 times.
Yes, she
At
does.
this time, I would tender Dr. Darasaw is an expert in forensic pathology and pediatric forensic pathology.
Wonder how she got from electrical
Should be able to
engineer
testify in those areas as an expert.
to forensic pathology.
As part of your duties, I guess you said you perform autopsies.
That's correct.
Can you explain what an autopsy is?
Absolutely. An autopsy is an examination of a dead person. It involves two different parts. One part is the external examination, and the external examination would be very similar to an exam that a doctor would give you and I as living individuals. That would include getting a height and weight, talking about the external features of the body and describing those. If there are any things notable on the external exam, such as physical features, identifying marks and scars, or injuries, those are described in the external examination. In the internal examination, the organs of the body are removed, and those are looked at for the same purpose, to describe them, and if there are any notable findings, such as a natural disease process or an injury, those are described.
And approximately how many autopsies have you performed in your career?
To date, I've performed 5,161 autopsies.
After you complete an autopsy, do you always write a report?
That's correct.
And can you explain the location where you perform these autopsies?
I perform autopsies at the headquarters facility of the GBI in Decatur, Georgia.
And did you perform an autopsy on Caliyah McNabb?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember when that autopsy was performed?
It was on October 9th, 2017.
At the time of
Refer to my
conduct,
report.
I'm sorry.
I'll refer to my report. Yes, ma'am. Monday, October 9th, 2017.
And at the time of conducting this autopsy, were you aware of what the initial allegations with regard to how the child died?
Our office received information concerning the circumstances of the death, and that's true in all cases that we have. So yes, I was aware of the circumstances surrounding the death and how the body was found.
And you sort of described the process of an autopsy, or you did describe the process of an autopsy. Is that the same for an autopsy of a child?
Yes.
During your performing of an autopsy, do you document that with photographs?
That's correct.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
These poor jurors.
The witness? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 91 through 121. If you can flip through those and let me know if you recognize those.
I wonder how she goes home and decompresses after something like this. It's seeing it all the time, or if she just can turn it off now.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize those?
Those are photographs taken at the time of the autopsy, and ours, the placards with our specific number for the case are also in the photographs.
Okay, and are these photos a fair and accurate depiction of sort of the process of your autopsy on that day?
That's correct.
Okay, Your Honor, attender States Exhibit 91 through 121 at this time.
She would deserve
that
to puke,
objection.
in my opinion. Maybe. I don't know how you do it.
You indicated that you performed an autopsy on the body of Caliyah McNabb. What condition did you receive the body in?
When the body was initially received, it was obviously in a body bag, as all of our cases are. And within that body bag, the actual body was within a drawstring athletic type bag, and it was wrapped in a blanket and a shirt, and was wearing an infant shirt and a diaper.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as States Exhibit 91. Do you recognize this? I'm sorry. What is this?
This is a photograph of the outside of the white body bag that the body was in. It has the tags on there with specific case number for this case.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 92. What does this photo depict?
This is a photograph of the initial opening of the body bag, and you can see there, this is a blue and red Nike bag.
States Exhibit 93. What does that depict?
That's correct.
Is that the same bag?
Yes, that's the bag that the body was in. You can see the blue Michael Jordan logo with flight bag. So an athletic drawstring bag was what the body was actually in.
Okay. And States Exhibit 94, is that just the opposite side of that bag?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you make a point to sort of photograph every part of anything that you see during the autopsy?
Not everything, but obviously when the body is received in this type of environment, we would take a picture of all the surfaces.
I'll show you States Exhibit 95. Can you tell me what's depicted in this photo?
This is a photograph of just upon opening the top portion of this drawstring bag. That's a light blue blanket that the body was wrapped in.
States Exhibit 96. What is depicted in that photo?
This documents how the body is wrapped in this blanket. This is after this blanket with the body wrapped within it is removed from the drawstring athletic bag.
And States Exhibit 97, is that just the other side of the blanket with?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. States Exhibit 98, what's depicted in that photo?
This is depicting a defect or some sort of a tear that was in that blanket, and that's just showing that area right there. So the body is wrapped in this blanket, and then there is a tear in that blanket.
Okay. I'm going to show you States Exhibit 99. Can you tell me what's depicted in this photo?
This is a photograph showing upon unwrapping the blanket, this item that is over the head and the upper portion of the body is a gray sleeveless adult t-shirt, and that is over the top of the baby.
Okay, and is this what you saw immediately after you removed the blanket?
It's correct.
And States Exhibit 100.
This is a photograph just showing the blanket. I've laid out the blanket, and you can see some patchy, bloody type stains on the blanket, presumably bloody stains, and the tear in the blanket.
In State's Exhibit 101, what is depicted in that photo?
This is showing another angle of this shirt on top of the, or I should say over the body.
In State's Exhibit 102, what's depicted in this photo?
This is documenting how this sleeveless shirt is on the baby. It was partially, or it's a sleeveless shirt, it's like one of these sleeveless tank top shirts. One sleeve of the shirt was over the head and neck, and the rest of it was just kind of wrapped around the body.
Okay, and you indicated that one of the sleeves was wrapped around the neck. Is that what's depicted in State's Exhibit 103?
Yes, it was kind of pulled over the head and partially over the neck.
Okay. All right, I'm show you State's Exhibit 104. Can you tell me what's depicted in that photo?
Again, all of these photos are just step by step showing how the body was received and these wrappings of how the body was received. Again, this shows that one of the sleeves was over the head and neck. The rest of it was just kind of wrapped around, and the baby was wearing this purple onesie that had writing on it as well as a diaper.
And can you tell us what that writing says?
I didn't document it in my report. I would have to try to read it from here.
I'm sorry, do you not have a screen?
Oh, I'm sorry. Stay away, boys. What does it say? My daddy works out, looks like.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 105. And are all of these photos just a series of you unwrapping? the
That's
baby?
correct.
Okay, and so I guess what is depicted in this photo?
So now this is after all the bag is removed, all the coverings are removed, and this is how the baby was dressed with this onesie on, and there was also a diaper on.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 106, what's depicted in this photo?
This is a photograph after I've removed the onesie outfit and opened the diaper. You can see there's a small amount of tan, presumably fecal type staining in the diaper itself.
Okay. And I guess at this point, you can sort of see where the injuries are to this child's body. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And where, I guess, is there a location that they're more focused on?
Yes, the far majority of involve the head.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 107. What's depicted in this photo?
This would be a typical routine photograph that we would take as the nude body of a child. This is a front surface.
Okay. And I guess at this point, what do you note about the head region of the child?
Well, what's most notable, the head is enlarged visually. By feeling the head, it was very soft, and you could feel there was already broken bones just by palpation of the head. You can see that there are injuries of the face, and the green discoloration of the head is representing some decomposition that's taking place on this external body. There's also a little bit of green discoloration of the lower abdomen. So there's some decomposition of this body at this point in time.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 108. What does that depict?
And so this is the posterior or the back surface of the nude body after all the clothing is removed, kind of clean, everything's cleaned up for the photograph.
Okay, and did you notate any injuries to the backside of this child?
Not on the back or the arms or the legs, no ma'am.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked in State's Exhibit 109. What is depicted in this photo?
So all these subsequent photographs that we'll see are photographs that document the injuries that I noted at the time of autopsy. You can see the eyes are closed, and just underneath the right eye is a cut, this horizontal cut just underneath the eye.
Okay, and I guess, are there different types of cuts that a person can receive?
Yeah, for the purposes of just using a layman's term, I call it a cut. I described it in my autopsy report as an incised wound because it looks like it has very clean edges, that it may have been made by a sharp object. You can also have complete full thickness cuts in a skin if you have a blunt impact. If you hit a portion of your body hard enough, it can certainly break the skin. That we would call a laceration as opposed to a cut. And there are some different features of those type of full thickness defects in the body. I'm not exactly sure how this wound was caused, but it doesn't have the features of a laceration that would be caused by a blunt impact. It has features of a sharp object going through that part of the skin.
All right, and State's Exhibit 106, there's a little bit of a glare. I guess what is depicted, 110, I'm sorry. What's depicted in this photo?
Not sure if you can see it, but what's depicted is the injury of the mouth. They're the small little teeth that you can see there. This was, let me see, how old is she? 8 days? 14 days. What I have is 14. This is a 14-day-old infant, so obviously there's no teeth that are erupted in a 14-day-old, but we all have our teeth inside the gums, called deciduous teeth. So in this particular case, the deciduous teeth had come out because of a laceration to the upper gums. So that's the picture just showing the teeth that you can see in the mouth.
Okay, and can you also, I guess, what is depicted sort of in this area? Is there any sort of indentation?
Well, there's, and we'll see later in pictures, there are numerous fractures of the skull, and that is, you can see in this photograph some of what of a indentation from the fractures that are not evident until the scalp is actually reflected.
And State's Exhibit 111, describe what's depicted in that photo.
This shows a bruise on the left side of the cheek, the red and tan colored bruise on the left side of the cheek, as well as along the jawline.
And are you ever able to determine with certainty how old a bruise is?
No, not with a great deal of certainty, not especially just looking at it with the naked eye. Oftentimes we'll try to take a little sample of the bruise, a punch biopsy, to look at it under the microscope to get an idea of, a general idea, is it fresh, is it starting to heal, but not a specific time frame.
Okay, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 112. Tell me what's depicted in this photo.
In this photograph, you can see a little bit better than in the previous photograph, both of the bruises, the one on the left cheek and the one on the left lateral side of the face along the jawline.
In State's Exhibit 113, is that a closer-up photo of sort of the teeth?
That's
coming through?
correct.
Okay. And I guess, well, let me move to State's Exhibit 114. What is depicted in that photo?
This is a photograph of the, I think it's the upper, can I see the picture actually?
Yes.
It's probably the upper lip pulled up, but let me just confirm that. Oh yeah, actually it is.
So what is that?
So just under the ruler with the number is obviously the chin. This is me pulling up the upper lip. You can see the laceration or the defects in the gum and along the frenulum, the little tag of skin in the center of the lip. And that's where the teeth have come out of, because that's where the deciduous teeth kind of rest up inside the mouth.
And I guess, do you have any idea what could have caused that sort of trauma?
A very hard force to the mouth. And there's a lot of injuries of the head that we can see, and with the huge amount of impact to the head that resulted in all of the fractures, that is certainly an injury that could have resulted along with that impact.
State's Exhibit 115. It's depicted in this photo.
This is a photograph of the open mouth, and it's kind of dark inside, obviously, to be able to get this picture, but the palate, the upper palate, has a laceration that is extends from the front to the back. So the middle of the palate is completely lacerated.
And would that also be caused by that impact that you described?
Correct.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 116. What's depicted in this photo?
This is a photograph of the left side of the face. We've seen this bruise on the left side of the jawline before, but this is just kind of showing that again, but it's also showing just the entire profile of the head, and you can see, I mean, it's obviously not the normal shape of an infant of this age. It's elongated, it's larger than normal. That's by looking at it, by me feeling it. Again, it's there's palpable fractures.
And you have described the injuries to her head that you can see from the external exam, and you described an internal exam earlier. Did you do an internal exam on this child?
Correct, I did.
Okay. And I guess, can you go into more detail about what the internal exam requires?
The internal exam, so there's internal exam of the head as well as the body. So starting with the body, the internal exam would include making a Y-shaped incision on the chest and abdomen, reflecting the skin, and then the organs in the chest cavity and the abdominal cavity are removed. They're looked at. For the head, an incision is made from behind both ears. And then after doing that, the skin can be reflected. So it will be similar to like pulling back the sheet or covers on your bed. At one point, you see the outside, and when you pull it back, you see the inside. So once that incision is made, the front part of the scalp is pulled forward, the back part is pulled back, and then you see the internal surface of the scalp, as well as the skull.
And does that help you to see the extent of the injuries?
Correct.
Okay. Would it help to explain to the jury the extent and nature of the injuries if we showed a picture of the reflected skull?
The reflected scalp, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 117. And what is depicted in this photo?
So this is a photograph of the reflected scalp. You can see the cut line along the skin, which I indicated is from ear to ear. The front portion of the scalp is pulled forward. The back portion is pulled backward. This is the initial cut and reflection. And so in this cut, you can see there's a big hole in and that should not be there. That should be the skull all intact. But in this particular instance, there are multiple fractures of the skull, and so some of the pieces of the skull are just held together by what's called the periosteum, which is a very thin layer of soft tissue over the skull. But so basically, there's lots of fractures. There's the open defect in the skull from displaced portions of bones being displaced kind of inside that hole.
I'll show you what's been marked in State's Exhibit 118. What is depicted in this photo?
So through the course of the autopsy and cleaning up everything, I've taken most of these portions of skull are displaced already, and as I mentioned, they're kind of just held together by thin strands of soft tissue. These are some of the pictures of bones that were essentially displaced, but then individually too, there are fractures along the fragments.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 119. Is that just more of those bones?
That's correct, and this is looking at the inner surface of the skull. Most notably on this one to our right, and in the front of it, that's a portion of the orbital plate. So the bones that cover the back of the eyes. So there were orbital plate fractures, and you can see a portion of the orbital plate has been displaced with this two fragments of bone that in each of them there are also linear fractures.
And was there anything, once you got into the skull, was there anything about the brain that you noted?
Well, the brain was essentially not formed at all. For a 14-day-old child, the brain is formed. It looks like a brain, it's formed like a brain. It has a lot more water content than our brain, so it's a little bit softer, I would say like a jelly mold than our brain, being more firm, but you can see the structures of the brain. It is well formed. In this case, there was no well-formed brain at all. It was mostly almost liquefied at this point. There was a lot of blood in the skull cavity, and the brain itself was not recognizable as a brain. It was just mostly liquid inside of the skull.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 120. Is that what's depicted in this photo?
That's correct.
Okay.
So there's really no well-formed brain at all. Part of this has to do with, yeah, there's a lot of trauma of the brain, but then there's some decomposition as well. The head is a lot more decomposed in this child than the rest of the body, and we saw that on the external, and that's because there's a lot of trauma to the head and brain, and that would be true in most cases of decomposition. Any area of trauma would decompose faster than intact body.
Okay, and what did you do with that?
The only thing I was able to do, since most of this is all liquid, was just kind of scoop it out and pour it out into a container.
Okay, and is that what's depicted in State's Exhibit 121?
That's correct. That's the brain and the blood and everything that was in the skull cavity.
Dr. Daresol, do you review medical records of, I guess, the patients that come in or the bodies that you receive?
Yes, not on everyone, but on all children cases, yes, we will request medical records and review the medical records, birth records, pediatrician records. So that would be the case in pediatric autopsies.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you review her birth records as well as records from a doctor's visit?
Yes, there were birth records, and I believe there was only one pediatrician visit at that point in time.
And I guess, what did those records reveal?
The records reveal that the birth, there were no complications with the birth. The child went home without any complications. There was no indication of any natural disease of the child when she went home. And then I believe, and let me refer to my report, that the one doctor's visit was 2 days prior to her death. Yes, the one pediatrician visit was 2 days prior. She went home, and then I believe, and let me refer to my report, that
Sorry, that wasn't me.
the one doctor's visit was 2 days prior to her death.
But she didn't come home from the hospital. I thought they had to go pick her back up.
The one pediatrician visit was 2 days prior to her death. The doctor noted that the right foot was somewhat inwardly turned. And she also noted a small patch, and this is in quotes, small patch of blue discoloration of the left cheek. Nothing otherwise was noted.
Okay, what either of those things been a contributing factor to her death? What you saw?
No, ma'am.
And we see on CSI sometimes they're able to pin down basically the exact moment that someone passed away. Are you actually able to do that?
I love that part about television, but we're not able to do that in real life.
And what is the primary purpose of conducting an autopsy?
The primary purpose of performing an autopsy is then to make a diagnosis, and the diagnosis in the case of an autopsy is the cause of death. And then we also make a determination of the manner of death.
Can you explain the difference between those two things?
Yes, the cause of death is really a what. It's answering the question of what. What is it? What is the event that actually led to all of the physiologic changes that led to the death? And so what events may be things like coronary artery disease that caused a heart attack, a what event may be a gunshot wound to the head, a what event may be a strangulation. So those are things like the what. And you asked about manner? Now, the manner of death is how the death came about. It's very circumstance dependent, and there are 5 manners of death, one being homicide, that is when the death is caused by the actions of another. Suicide is when the death comes about by one's own actions. Accident would be a manner in which it's an accident, it's some inadvertent event, such as a motor vehicle accident. Natural is a manner in which the what is a natural disease process that led to the death. And in the absence of being able to definitively determine either one of those 4, the manner would be certified as undetermined.
And were you able to determine a cause and manner of death in this case?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and what was that cause of death?
The cause of death was blunt impact injuries of the head.
Okay, what was the manner of death?
The manner of death was certified as homicide.
And the types of injuries that we observed on Caliyah to her head, would those injuries have caused a lot of blood spatter?
No, ma'am. It's basically what's called a closed head injury. Now, the only open wound that she had was this cut that we looked at on the right cheek, and then she had the open wounds and cuts in her mouth as well. Those obviously may cause a little bit of blood, but from the extensive head trauma with the skull fractures, there's really no blood coming out of her scalp because it's closed.
Okay, and the injuries to her mouth and her face, would that amount of blood have been consistent with the blood that you noticed on the clothing and the blanket?
Yes, it could have been, yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Carter?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Carousel. How are you?
How are you?
Good. We spoke a week or two ago, is that right?
That's correct.
I'm Anthony Carter, but yes, we
Yes,
spoke a
we
couple weeks
spoke.
ago. We talked about the fact that an injury like this could be caused by a series of blows with some object. Is that fair?
That's correct.
It could also be caused by maybe a foot, like a stomping, where one part of a head would be on a hard surface and a foot or some other object crushed her head.
Yeah, we talked about that it's, it could be very much a crushing injury.
Okay. And if we had other circumstances, it's possible that possibly a television would have fallen on top of her, and you would see injuries like this if that would have happened.
Yeah, I would say with the idea that these injuries could very well be a crushing type of trauma. Yeah, crushing could come from a heavy object falling on top and crushing the head, or a foot stomping the head or something like that. Yes, sir.
But from what you can tell, that's the type of injury we have, is something of that nature.
Yes.
And given the fact that the cut on the cheek is very precise and has clean edges, there may or may not have been something that struck her in this area that would have caused a cut instead of a laceration.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, yeah. It certainly could be, if this is a crushing type thing, it certainly could be the skin splitting from the significant crushing. And, the orbital plate is behind there, so the
Right.
bone. So I'm not really sure how it happened, but in a crushing event, you can certainly explain it by the skin splitting from the significance of the force with a crushing event.
Okay. And the cuts on her gum, they're not necessarily, there wasn't a sharp object that made those cuts. This is just from pressure of the teeth coming down and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yeah, the injuries to the mouth I described as, those are lacerations.
Right,
Those
those-
are
right.
from blunt impact as
Okay.
opposed to a incised
Right.
event.
Yeah, and the cut on the palate is the same thing. It's caused by just pressure as opposed to a sharp object actually cutting. Is that fair?
It's a laceration. It's caused by blunt force.
And I understand what
Yes.
the difference between laceration and a cut.
Yeah,
but the
that's what I'm trying to
Right.
describe that.
Right.
So a laceration where you have a split in either a mouth is from blunt force, something that strikes something really hard or a crush, as opposed to when we actually use the word cut, we're talking about a sharp object going across it as opposed to a blunt impact causing the skin to open.
Right.
That's the difference between a laceration and an incised wound or a cut.
Right. If the screen right here were to fall a few feet onto my arm, it's going to cause a laceration. It's going to cause the skin to split apart. But if the actual glass from it came across my arm, it's going to cause a cut.
Exactly. So that's how you decipher or those two.
Okay.
And they look differently
Okay.
to a pathologist.
All right. And you didn't just look at the head. You looked at the whole body for disease, other injuries, things of that nature, correct?
That's correct. So obviously the notable findings in this autopsy was the significant head trauma, but the other notable finding was the absence of any natural disease process that caused the death.
Okay. And you noted that there were no injuries that you could call pre-existing.
That's correct.
You didn't find any healing bruises, healing broken bones, things of that nature.
That's correct.
So whatever happened to her happened coincidentally with the crushing. Whatever happened, all the injuries occurred in generally the same time.
Yeah, I'd use the word contemporaneous. So she sustained this extensive head trauma, and then died, and the death would be relatively rapidly with this significant degree of injury.
Okay. So the people who found the body were able to preserve the status of the body. In other words, they were able to keep her in the same blanket, the same bag that she was found in. And that's helpful for you to understand what happened to her, is it not?
That's correct.
All right. So even though that was preserved, you're still not able to say with any bit of certainty whether she was killed while she was inside the bag or whether she was killed outside of the bag. Is that fair?
Are you asking when she sustained the head trauma, whether she
Yes.
was in or outside the bag?
Yes.
No, when she sustained the head trauma, obviously while she's alive, and
Correct.
so she wasn't placed in the bag and then died of some asphyxia, being able to breathe, and then sustained this head trauma. If
Right.
she were in the bag, she would be alive in the bag and
Right.
then sustain the trauma.
But you're not able to determine whether she sustained this trauma to her head and then was placed into the bag, or whether she was placed into the bag with all the surrounding clothes and then the trauma occurred. You're not able to determine that.
No, not with any certainty. The autopsy wouldn't help you determine that.
Right.
Except for the fact if an infant of this age is all wrapped up in all that shirt and in the blanket and then placed in a bag, she'd likely die of an asphyxia pretty rapidly.
Right, right. With all those things inside that bag, she would have suffocated. You can determine that she did not suffocate. She was still alive. Her blood was pumping whenever she sustained the head injury.
That is correct.
Okay. But if she was only in the bag for a short time and the injury occurred, you can't rule that out.
That's correct, yeah. Nothing in the autopsy would allow me to do such.
Okay. When a person dies, when they stop breathing, and I know it would depend on how they died, but say it's from trauma, the body will start decomposing at some point. Is that correct?
Well, yes, it depends on the environment that you're in. If you're in a really cold environment, obviously at some point it would take a lot longer than in a warmer environment. So it's very dependent upon a couple of things: the person themselves, their age and physical condition. It's also dependent upon the way that the person died. If a person dies of a significant infectious process, for instance, the decomposition would occur sooner than later, and then also the external environment. So those are the three factors.
Okay. And do you recall again what day you did perform the autopsy?
I performed the autopsy on Monday, October 9th, 2017.
Right. And her body, once the body was recovered, it would have been cooled to some extent once it got to your office. Is that fair?
Yes, they're kept in a cooler at our facility, yes.
So if you did the autopsy on the 10th.
The 9th.
I'm sorry, the 9th. If she went missing on the 7th and her body was found on the 8th, was the amount of decomposition that you found consistent with between 24 and 48 hours of death?
Yeah, I would say so, yes. And as you saw, most of the body was preserved. There was just slight green discoloration in the abdomen. That's pretty early on that you see decomposition. And then the more significant green color of the head was because of the fact that she had the significant head trauma.
Okay. And when a body decomposes, is there a certain odor that it gives off?
It kind of depends, again, on all of those factors that I talked about before, the actual physical condition of the person, the age of the person, as well as the external environment.
Okay.
Obviously, as decomposition gets more extreme, there may be an odor.
Do you have any opinion on how long it will generally take for the odor to be noticeable?
I do not know, sir.
Okay. Now, again, finding the body inside the bag helped you, helped maintain a pristine environment so that you can tell from, there are other factors, there are other things that you can tell things from. Is that correct?
I don't necessarily understand the question. Can you repeat it?
Yes. Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 106. Now, even once you took all the things off of the child, the things that were wrapped around her and everything, when you took the diaper off, there's still a significant amount of leaf material attached to her body and inside this little bag. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, that material was on her. That didn't come, that wasn't contamination from the things you took off of her. Those things were on her from the beginning of the autopsy. Is that correct?
I'm not sure, actually. I would probably have to see the pictures, open it, because obviously, as you saw in the stepwise pictures, we're taking all of the stuff off in the bag. So I'm not really sure if some of that
Do you have any-
was external and now in the bag and on the body, or I would have to see the sequential pictures.
Okay. So let me start with State's Exhibit 92. There's some material here that you can see. Is that correct?
Yeah, not a lot of leafy stuff in the bag at this point in time, the white body bag.
And then in State's Exhibit 93, again, there's not as much material in the white bag as you saw later on. Is that
That's
fair?
correct.
And going through 94, 95.
Yeah, let's go back to the 95. Okay, so now we're starting to see some leafy debris on the surface of this blanket. Okay.
Right, so we can determine now that probably inside the bag there was some leafy debris.
That's correct.
Right? And if we open that up, then there's more leafy debris on the outside of the
Yes,
white
correct.
blanket. Right, I believe people describe this as blue. It looks white on here, but I
It's actually light. I describe it as light blue. It's a light blue blanket.
And so, again, we're seeing, as you open up, we're getting more and more debris.
It's correct.
And as we can see in States 99, we get to a point where we're talking about the
This
the
gray
the
t-shirt.
gray t-shirt that's over her head. And we're not seeing as much debris again.
Yeah, a lot of it looks to be on this outer surface of this blanket, because now we've got this, some having fallen off into the white body bag.
Again, States 103, again, there are leaves on her neck now.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So we are finding, as we unveil, that there's debris on the body, basically, as you're unwrapping
It's
it.
correct.
Right. Now, would that lead you to believe that the child was killed somewhere where leaves and debris of this sort were present and then wrapped up?
Well, I can't make any determination of where she was killed. It may suggest that this is where she was wrapped and put there, but in terms of just where she was killed, that doesn't allow me to make that determination. It may have been where she's then wrapped and put in the bag.
I understand, but you were there and we weren't. So is the sequence of photos, does that tend to indicate to you, based on you being there, that there was quite a bit of debris on the child's body itself and in the wrappings or whatever that would indicate that maybe she was wrapped up while she was in a woody area?
Yes, that's something that is an interpretation that could be made from that finding, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Frost? Ms. Stone?
Dr. Durso, were you able to determine whether this was a single impact or multiple impacts to the head?
No, I was not. As Mr. Carter alluded to, it's obviously one impact. It represents a very, very significant force. And the type of injuries that I saw, particularly, we saw some of the fractures of the top of the skull, but there is also fractures of the base of the skull. I tend to see that in severe crushing type injuries. And so it appears to be a significant crushing, especially with injuries to her mouth, but multiple impacts to the head are also a possibility. So I was not able to determine, but from my experience, I tend to see things like this in a severe crushing. And if it's a crushing, it certainly could have been one very significant crush.
And you spoke a little bit about a TV falling onto her. If she was sleeping, and I guess we've been calling it a sleeper, like a baby bed, and a TV fell on top of her, would that cause that type of injury?
Not in a bed, no.
And why is that?
Because the bed is soft and it would cause then the head to be compressed. In a stationary crush, to get these type of injuries, the head would have to be stationary and also on something firm. And so when I see these crushing type injuries in TV falls, they're in toddlers that then, they're trying to climb up on something. And when they fall, their head becomes stationary on a hard floor and the TV then crushes it. You wouldn't expect to have any type of crushing to this degree if a body is on a bed or a mattress, and then it would allow the body to then be pushed into the mattress. So you may get some injuries, but not this significant amount of force if the head is not stationary on a solid surface.
I have no further questions.
I think Brother
Your Honor, Mr. Fry, you may step down. Any reason why she might not be excused? You excuse me for attendance on the court. Thank you. You may call your next witness.
I'm sorry. I'm still stuck on the fact that she was hit so hard in the mouth, in the face, that her teeth came through. Right? I understood that right. Correct? Like, that poor baby. I agreed that I think it was stomped. She was stomped on. I don't think TV fell on her. I don't think anything like that, because they would have said, okay, the TV fell on her. They had an accident. And I don't know about illicit drugs. Does meth or crack, whichever one they were doing, do you hallucinate on those? Did he see her as something she wasn't that caused him to do this? Or was she just crying and wouldn't stop? I need something. Like, give me a reason why you did this. No hallucinations. I did not either, Hamilton. I did not know the teeth were there. But I was stuck on that whole thing as soon as she said that. I listened to obviously everything else. But that just, her describing her head, her mouth. That was rough. I know you guys all warned us. But that was rough. That poor baby. I just hope it was quick. Oh, and the brain. You're right, Gabrielle. The brain. Just here, I scooped it out and it's liquid. I mean, and yeah, I don't know. Again, and yes, anger. He obviously has anger issues. And Carmen, I know you've seen some stuff. I'm not even trying to excuse him. I'm just trying to find a reason. I'm just trying to find something. Just give me a reason what this 15-day-old baby could have done so horribly that happened to her. And I gotta be honest, I didn't see tears on either one of them. I was looking at the mom pretty hard. I did not see a tear. I think her defense attorney was having a horrible time down there. It didn't surprise me he didn't ask any questions. I believed the mom's reaction at first, but then when she was sitting there, nothing seemed wet or from having tears. Yeah, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I can't judge it. I don't know what people look like so. Yes, she was. She was wiping her nose. She was. But her poor defense attorney, holy cow. I thought he was just gonna break down. It's like he wasn't prepared.
It calls Kimberly Weatherford.
Whoops. Oh, I never want to understand that kind of crazy either. But we need to so we can prevent it. I agree. I didn't see anything. And as her attorney, what do you ask? Because that attorney just asked stupid questions that didn't matter.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before this jury today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Please state your name.
Kim Weatherford.
Ms. Weatherford, what is your relationship to Tim Bell?
He's my brother.
And what is your relationship to Cortney Bell?
She's my niece.
And Megan Sorrells is?
My daughter.
And do you have a son named Craig?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
She already looks upset.
Tree here on the diagram is previously submitted as case exhibit 13. Can you just take a look at it for a second? Because I'm not going to probably have it at that long. Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is Gerald your husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your two children are Craig and Megan?
Yes, ma'am.
And Craig is married to who?
Diane.
Okay. And then Diane's mother is?
Melissa.
Okay. Now, where did you live in October of 2017?
I lived on Moat Road.
Okay. And did your daughter, Megan Sorrells, live over there off of 36 in Pine Point Little Oak Park?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you involved at that point in time in Cortney Bell's life?
I didn't see Courtney and Chris much. It was a while. I mean, 6 weeks to a month, I think. I mean, 6 to 8 weeks, I'm sorry.
Okay. Had you seen the new baby yet, Clarissa?
Yeah, I went to the hospital.
I'm sorry, Caliyah.
I went and saw her at the hospital.
Okay. At some point in time after the baby came home from the hospital, did your daughter contact you on or about October the 3rd of 2017, upset?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the members of the jury what she was upset about?
She was just tired with all the kids, with her 4 and those 2.
Okay. Do you know how long she'd been watching those kids for?
Not exactly.
Had it been more than a day?
Oh, yeah.
And when you found out that she was tired or needed a break, did you contact anyone?
I called my brother, Tim Bell.
And what was Tim's reaction?
He said I should have called him before then.
Okay, so he was upset with you?
Well, I mean, maybe a little.
Okay. What did he do?
He went to get him. He went to my daughter's house.
Were you over there at your daughter's house?
No, ma'am.
Did you learn at some point in time that he was able to get one of the children, the baby, but not the toddler?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you go somewhere?
Yeah, to find where Clarissa was.
Okay. And did you track down where Courtney and Chris had gone off to?
Yes, ma'am. Somebody called and told me where they was.
Okay. And did you end up finding her over off of Woodlawn Road at a friend's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, why did you go over there?
To see if I could get Clarissa.
And why were you trying to get Clarissa?
Because my brother was worried about her, and I didn't know the people's house they was at, so I was just worried.
Okay. When you got over there to that residence, did you have contact with Courtney?
Yeah.
And was there any law enforcement officers there?
Yes, ma'am. An officer was there.
And did you talk to Courtney about getting Clarissa?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you talk to Tim at the same time?
Well, Courtney was talking to my brother on the phone, to Tim on the phone while we was there.
Okay. And did she make any statements about giving the child back?
Yes, ma'am.
What did she say?
She said she would give the girls to him for the car,
And what car was she talking about?
the PT Cruiser.
And do you know whether he agreed to make that trade?
No, ma'am, I don't remember.
Did you end up getting, I've got some Kleenexes right here below you, or actually they're right there on the bench next to you.
I could tell she was on the verge of tears when she just came up there.
And did you end up talking Courtney into letting you have Clarissa?
Yeah, Courtney let me take Clarissa.
And where'd you take her to?
I met my brother at Covey High School on 36.
And did he take Clarissa from you at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm going to draw your attention back to October the 7th. Did you have the occasion on that date to learn that there was a problem over at Courtney's residence that morning?
Yes, ma'am. Courtney called me.
Okay, and do you remember when that was that she called you?
I don't remember what time it was.
What did she tell you when she called?
She told me her baby was missing. Her baby was gone.
And what did you do?
I started screaming, did you call 911? Call 911. I mean, that's all I could think of.
Had she already called 911, do you know? If you don't know, don't speculate.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so did you go anywhere after that?
I went straight there. I drove to Courtney and Chris's trailer.
Did you do it rather speedily, or, I mean, not traveling, but getting out of the house?
Yeah, I went there fast. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when you got there, who was there when you arrived?
There was 2 officers inside the trailer with Courtney, and Clarissa was there.
Now, you live, you said you lived on Moat Road, that's over off of 162.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I right about
Yes,
that?
ma'am.
Okay, so about how long a drive is that from?
Well, I took the back roads instead of going the long way, so from there, usually it took about 15 minutes, maybe 15 minutes to get there.
Okay. And when you got there, you said that Courtney was there and some deputies?
2 deputies, a female and a male.
Was Melissa Davis there?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see her there?
No, ma'am.
Did you offer to do anything or help in any way when you got there?
Well, yeah, I went through the house and started looking for the baby. I mean, just
Yeah.
that's all I needed to do at the time.
And where were you looking?
Anywhere and everywhere. I mean, cabinets, closets, anywhere I could find.
Was Chris McNabb there when you arrived?
No, ma'am.
Did you see him helping to search in the side of the trailer to look for the baby?
No, ma'am.
Were you there when he returned?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe what happened? Where did you see him at?
He come walking down the first, which would be the first driveway of the trailer park.
And were you close enough to talk to him, or
No,
you
I
talked to
never.
somebody else?
I never talked to Chris that day. Not then.
Now, on the following day, on October the 8th, did you have the occasion to learn that a body had been found in the wooded area off of Henderson Mill Road?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you learn this?
My husband was at the search.
Is that Gerald Sr.?
Yes, ma'am.
Your son's name is
Gerald Craig.
Gerald Craig. Okay. And so, did your husband communicate this to you by phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you try to communicate this to Courtney?
Courtney had called me on my phone and told me that they was gonna ride over my house. And my husband called, I think it was my cousin's phone. I'm trying to remember exactly because I want to get it right. I was on the phone with Courtney and my husband called and said, I want to say he told me that they had found her. And I was still talking to Courtney. And Courtney was coming there, and Courtney asked me if I had heard anything if from the police or anybody. And I really can't remember what I said then. I remember our officer was beside my husband, and he wanted me to get Chris and Courtney to come over there to my house. But somebody texted Courtney. I think Courtney told me somebody texted her and said that they had found the baby.
Could it have been your son, Craig?
I think it was, but I'm not positive.
Okay.
And after that, the phone Courtney was on talking to me, it went dead.
Okay.
But before it went dead, I could hear people in the car, and I heard someone tell Chris to run.
And did Chris get out of the car, to your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see Courtney after this?
Not right after that. I didn't see Courtney till later on that night, I think.
Or where was that at?
I really don't remember.
Those are all the questions I have.
Mr. Carter.
Hi, Ms. Linden. How are you?
Hey,
I know this has been hard on you. I just have a few questions for you, okay? The October 3rd incident. Now, you're not saying that Courtney wanted to give somebody or sell somebody Caliyah, or I mean, excuse me, Clarissa for the PT Cruiser. That's not what you're
I'm
saying.
not saying that.
No, she was upset that Tim had come by to get the kids, and she had called the police. The police were out there at some point, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think at some point the officer told her, "You just need to chill out. Why don't you just let your dad have them till things cool off?" Is that do you recall that?
I remember the officer saying that.
Okay.
I sure do.
And basically, was she just saying, "Okay, I'll do that, but I need a way to go see my kids, so I need a car"? Is that really, in effect, what she was saying? In other words, she wasn't trying to trade anything. She needed that car, and she was willing to do what the officer said. Is that fair, or am I?
Yeah, Courtney made me promise that I wouldn't keep Clarissa away from her, keep
Right.
her from her.
And she didn't have any other transportation other than that
No,
PT
sir, she
Cruiser.
didn't have no transportation.
And Tim's house was not within walking distance
Oh,
of the
no.
mobile home park.
No, sir.
Okay, so, so just, sometimes our words, can be misleading. You're not saying she wanted to just give the child up in return for a car,
Well, I mean, you could have took it two ways.
right? Well, how did you take it?
At the time, the way she worded it,
Just say it, lady. You know that you thought that's what she meant.
I'm really not sure.
Okay,
I mean, I'm not positive.
that's fair enough. Now, on October 8th, this is the day that Caliyah was found. Your husband Gerald was out with the search parties, so he would have been one of the first people to know that Caliyah was found. And it was fairly obvious, I guess, to him and to most people that Caliyah was not alive when she was found. Is that, in fact, I mean, they never even took her out of the bag, right?
Right.
Okay, so he being on the scene, he let you know that Caliyah had been found, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did he indicate to you whether she was dead or alive?
No, sir.
All right. Did he indicate to you that she had been out in the woods all night?
Well, I knew she had been out in the woods all night because,
Well,
she was missing.
Right, did he indicate to you that she was
No,
found?
no, he didn't.
That she was found in the woods?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And so you were talking to Courtney when he called you, and you tried to relay the information as best you could.
Yes, sir.
And you are aware, as you were talking to Courtney, that someone, possibly your son, had texted her.
Yes, sir.
And do you know whether that text indicated that the child was dead?
No, sir, I really don't.
Okay. And so at that point, you heard someone yelling, "Get out of the car, Chris."
Yes, sir.
Do you know Pamela Hamby?
Yes, I do.
All right. Are you able to, do you know for sure whether or not it was Pamela? Do you know that it was definitely not Pamela Hamby that said that? I know that's I hate.
You confused me the way
I
you
know that's
worded
a
that.
double negative question. I'm going to try again. Do you know for sure that that was Pamela Hamby that said that?
I'm almost 100% positive that it was Pam Hamby that called that.
All right. Can you exclude her as being the person that
No,
said?
no, sir.
Okay. Do you know why she told Chris to run?
No, sir.
Okay. And based on the situation and what you heard at that time, you believe that Chris did get out of the car at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Frost?
And that's Courtney's mom, they're saying told him to run,
I just have a
right?
couple
That's
questions,
Pam.
and they're a little bit similar to Mr. Carter's, but this phone call that you heard between Courtney and Tim, that was on the 3rd of October, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you kind of framed it up when you were testifying under direct that it was just a simple, she's trying to get the car back. And I know Mr. Carter asked a similar question, but and willing to give up the child. That's not how it was, though,
Okay.
is it?
Thank you.
I mean, did you hear the full could you hear both ends of the conversation? They'll get the full context of what was going on?
No, sir, I couldn't hear what her daddy was saying.
Okay.
No, sir.
So, and did Courtney explain to you that she had no means of transportation? Caliyah had a doctor appointment, things of that nature?
I heard her telling her daddy that on the phone.
Okay. Have you ever known her to just want to trade her children for anything?
No, sir.
And the officers that came out proposed a plan for the children that night, didn't they? About, because I believe your brother already had, Tim Bell already had Caliyah. And my client agreed, fine, I don't want to fight over it, keep Clarissa.
Well, Courtney would let me get Clarissa, no doubt about it, because she knew I'd take care of her. She knows, and she knows I would never try to keep her from her.
Right. And would you say she had a lot going on in her life that time?
But didn't the officer say when he saw her black eye that that's when he decided, like, that's when he said, let them stay at your dad's for the night, because he knew she had a lot going on. I think he knew it wasn't safe for them to go back to that house. What else he could do about it, I don't know. But didn't he say that when he testified the other day on Monday when we watched this, and then we did see her with the black eye and she had a pretty good one. So I think this lady knows. I think she just doesn't want to say, yeah, they wanted to trade the kid for the cars. Or the kids for the car. Whether it was Chris that wanted to do it, or both of them wanted to do it, drugs make you do bad things. Why would they go look at them? Why would they go look for Caliyah at their drug dealers' houses? So I don't know. She just doesn't want to say a lot, and I don't blame her. Part of me doesn't. Part of me just wants her to say what she needs to say if these people did this.
Some issues.
Yes, sir.
Do you think it was better that she would, at times, rely on family with the girls to avoid exposing them to some of these things?
Yes, sir, I really do.
All right, thank you very much.
I know.
Hassan?
I know.
Step down,
I get it.
sir. Well, you need to speak up, Mr. Carter.
Yes, sir. Hi, Ms. Weatherford, just a couple more things. The time that we're talking about when the police were there on October 3rd, Chris McNabb wasn't there at that time.
I never saw Chris there.
So it wasn't his idea about trading anybody for anything.
Chris wasn't there.
Okay. And when you were on the phone with Courtney, your husband called and Craig was texting. At some point during that conversation, you said Chris did it, something of that nature. You said you thought Chris may have done it. Is that fair?
That was my feeling from the get-go.
Okay. And that you said that on the phone at that time.
I probably did.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Zahn, you may step down. You may call your next witness.
They
What
call
was the
Pam
point?
Bambi.
Oh, here comes her mom. And remember, she said this wasn't going to win Mom of the Year.
Your Honor, may Ms. Weatherford be accepted from the rule of sequestration since she's already testified?
No objection.
Yes.
So we're going to see both her parents. But we aren't going to hear from his, right?
Please raise your right hand.
Thank you, Carmen.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before this jury today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Or she looks young
Please
to
state
be
your
her
name.
mom.
Pamela Hamby,
Ms. Hamby, how old are you?
47.
And do you have any children?
Yes.
How many?
7.
Is Cortney Bell one of them?
Yes.
Are you related to Chris McNabb?
Yes.
How are you related to him?
I'm his aunt.
So is his brother Michael, or is his father Michael McNabb your brother?
Yes.
Did you raise Courtney?
No.
Who raised her?
Her grandparents and her dad.
Nevertheless, do you know her?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention back to October the 8th of 2017. Did you have the occasion to be with Courtney on this date?
Yes.
And what were y'all doing on that?
I picked her up and we went to my mom's. She got her makeup and stuff on, and then we left and was headed towards the newscast at the trailer park on 36.
Okay, and when you said you put your makeup on, or she put makeup on, why was she putting makeup on?
She hadn't got ready she knew she had to talk to the news.
Okay, so she put makeup on at your mother's, I guess, would that be her grandmother's house?
Mhm.
Okay, so she put makeup on to get ready to go meet the news media
Yes.
at the trailer park. And who was driving?
Lauren Mackey.
Who's Lauren Mackey?
It's my son's baby's mother.
Okay, so who was your son?
Stephen Hamby.
I don't think we have him on the flow chart here. Let's
I'd
see.
say I don't think we've heard that name yet.
I think this is a dry erase board, but I'm not sure. I've got a family tree simulating, in case you wonder what I'm talking about. His name is Stephen?
Yeah.
Or B?
P.
That's pretty
So
bad.
Stephen Hamby is who now? That's Lauren Mackey's baby's daddy? Okay, so. How old is Lauren, give or take?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you have grandchildren by her?
Mhm.
How many?
One alive, one passed.
Okay. So she was driving.
heavens.
Who else was in the vehicle?
Her son,
And what's his name?
Jeremiah.
Jeremiah. Okay. And who else?
Me, Courtney, and Chris.
Okay. And where were y'all coming from? What part of the county were y'all coming from going down to the trailer park to meet the news?
On the access road at Riverside Park.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Do you remember where everybody was seated in the car?
Mhm.
Okay. Where was that?
Chris behind me, Courtney in the middle, Jeremiah in the car seat, Lauren driving, me in the passenger.
So you were in the front passenger seat, and Chris was behind you, and who was in the middle?
Courtney beside him.
Do you remember what Lauren was driving back then?
I don't know the name of the vehicle or anything. It was white SUV though.
Okay. If I told you it was a Nissan Murano crossover 2008 or 2009 model, does that sound about right?
Sounds right.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibits number 68 and 69. I'm showing you photographs of cars. It's not her actual car, but does this look like Lauren Mackey's car? What it look like back then?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Your Honor, I'd offer States 68 and 69 into evidence.
Mr. Carter? Without objection, each exhibit.
Okay, so just to be clear, I'm going to put this up on the screen. Ms. Hamby, 68. And can you point, I think if you just take your finger and draw like on the screen, it'll show me where, put a P where you were sitting in that car. Do you see your screen? It may not be on animation. There you go, try it again. There you go. All right, now put a L where Lauren was. Okay, and then where's Courtney?
This is Chris, this is Courtney,
Jeremiah.
Did y'all hear that?
No.
On the left, she said that's Chris. That second C in the middle was Courtney. And Jeremiah is the J in the baby C.
Okay. So if we're looking at, on State's Exhibit 69, the back seat, we know for sure where you and Lauren were, because she's driving and you're the passenger, but on the back seat, from this rear view then, would it be the opposite, Jay?
Chris would be here,
Mm-hmm.
Courtney here, and Jeremiah here.
Pam, you have to speak up because we all can't hear you.
Chris on the very right, Courtney in the middle, and Jeremiah on the left.
Okay. And was he in a car seat?
Yes.
Okay. As y'all were traveling down the road to go to the trailer park for the video for the news media, I guess it was to do like an interview or something for the news media?
Yes.
Okay. Did y'all get some news inside that car? Did somebody call and relay some news?
Yes.
What was that?
That they found the baby.
And who was it that called, do you know?
I think it was Courtney's Aunt Kim.
Okay. And was that a call that was on just Courtney's cell phone, or was it being broadcast in the car through the, I guess,
It was
wireless?
just on Courtney's cell phone.
Was it on speakerphone?
No.
So you couldn't hear what was being said?
I could hear a little bit.
What was the gist of the message that came through?
That the baby was found and it wasn't alive.
Was there any indication of where it was found at that time?
I think that she said in the woods.
And what happened when y'all got this information?
Just everybody just freaked out, kind of started screaming this and that, but I can't remember exactly what was said.
And where were y'all at when this call came through?
Pulling up to the red light on 36 at Marathon, McDonald's, and
Okay.
CVS right there.
When you're talking about the marathon there at 36, is that the road where Johnny's Pizza is as well?
Yes.
And the CVS and McDonald's is right there on the, okay. I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 88. Do you recognize this area here? Is that intersection? But this is 36 here, and this is the bypass.
Johnny's Pizza here?
Right.
Okay, yeah, we were here.
Okay. John, I'd offer State's Exhibit 88 into evidence.
Admitted without objection.
Okay, so which way were y'all traveling? Y'all were coming down Eagle Drive?
See, the ones over there.
Okay. Let me just,
She can step down and stand and point it out.
okay, if you will, Miss Hamby, that'd be great.
You
Now-
attorneys may move.
Just to be clear, this is, the trailer park is gonna be, what, south? This is the Chevron down there at 213, you know where that is? Okay, and the trailer park's gonna be down past that south. So y'all were heading to the trailer park, right? So which way were y'all coming from? Were y'all coming down this way, or were you coming down from east side, or were you coming down 36? Okay, because y'all were coming from the access road? You
Right.
got to speak up, because this lady has to take down everything.
We were coming from the square.
Okay, from the square in Covington heading south, and then you got to this intersection where y'all sitting at the red light when that call came in? Okay, thank you. You can return to your seat. Tell me what happened when that call came in. What, after everybody started hollering and crying, and what did Chris do?
He got out of the car
And where was that at?
at the red light.
Did you help him get out of the car?
I can't remember. I told him to get out of the car because I was afraid that guns were going to be put on the car and my grandbaby was in there.
Okay. And why would you tell him why would you think that there were going to be guns put on the car?
I didn't know who was responsible for what had happened. You know, just thinking that somebody might have had done something wrong, that, one of them maybe had done
Somebody
something wrong.
did.
And the guns were gonna be drawn. I just was thinking about my grandbaby. I didn't want my grandbaby to be in the middle of that.
So your first thought when you learned that the baby died was that either your daughter or Chris killed the baby?
No, not that they, just that everybody might have thought that they did.
What?
Well, didn't Chris tell you that? Didn't he say something to that effect?
He said that they were gonna think that if they found it anywhere near their home, that they were gonna think that they had something to do with it.
You, that night after Chris jumped out of the car, you went to the sheriff's office and were interviewed, is that correct? Do you remember this man
Yes.
right here interviewing you, Jeff Alexander?
Yes,
Do you remember giving a statement to him?
yes,
And that statement was recorded, did you know that?
yes,
And you actually had an opportunity for me to play that statement for you in preparation for this trial, is that correct?
yes.
And when you listened to that statement, as I pointed out to you on the day that I played it for you, you never told the investigators that night that you told him to get out of the car because you were concerned for your grandchildren.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't tell him that.
In fact, you stated, quote, Courtney, and they said they found the baby and started telling more details or whatever, and he said, they're gonna think it's me. They're gonna think it's me, and jumped out of the car. Is that correct?
Yeah, he did say that, and he jumped out of the car, but I told him to get out of the car also.
Were you trying to protect him then, because you knew that he had done
No,
the murder?
I was just worried about my grandbaby.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to be ugly, Pam, I'm really not, but with all due respect, you weren't even involved in your grandchildren's lives. I mean,
Ooh,
you weren't involved in Caliyah's life or Clarissa's life, were you?
No,
ouch.
So, do you want the jury to believe that this grandchild was more special to you, or you were somehow involved and you didn't even raise your own daughter?
just because I wasn't involved doesn't mean I still don't love them.
Did you have any reason to be concerned about the police stopping you?
No, not at that time, because I don't think they knew what vehicle we're in or anything.
Well, then how were they gonna pull guns on you?
We were going to pull up to where everything was going on.
Did you not think that your or I guess it's your son-in-law and your nephew, let's see, it's your nephew and your daughter's boyfriend, but did you not think that it would be important when the baby was found for him to go there to where his child was found?
Yeah, but to go there by himself, he didn't have to arrive with us.
Why?
I didn't want my grandbaby in the middle of that. I just didn't know what was going to happen.
Well, I mean, the only way that makes any sense is that you assumed that Chris killed your
No,
grandmother.
I didn't assume that.
Well, then why would you be concerned?
All thoughts went through my head. I didn't know that if he may or may not have, I didn't know either way, but I didn't want to take any chance.
And you understand that what you said that night when you went to the police department was just, what, hours after this happened? Would there be a reason why you would have lied to the police on that night?
I just wasn't thinking about me saying, get out of the car.
Well, I mean, that's a pretty important thing, right? Like, you know that for hours, not only are the police, the sheriff's deputies, swarming all over that part of the county, but all the citizens are out looking for Chris McNabb. You know that, right? You knew there was like an hour-long manhunt for Chris McNabb. You know that?
After the baby was found.
Right, after he jumped out of the car. And you're not going to tell Investigator Alexander that you're the reason he jumped out of the car, that you told him to?
He didn't have to jump out of the car.
Listen to her question. Listen to her question. Ask your question again.
With all that was going on to locate him, why would you, how could it slip your mind, as you said? I guess it just slipped my mind. I forgot to tell him that I'm the one who told Chris to get out of the car.
I don't know how.
Well, you told the police something very different. It's not that it just slipped your mind. You told the police that he jumped out of the car because he was afraid that they were going to think he did it.
I didn't say he was afraid. I just said that he said that they're gonna think.
Well, what is a person who runs? Are they not a person who's afraid?
Well, he was running in the direction to where they found the baby. He wasn't running away from it,
He was running through the woods.
but it was towards the park where they lived. It wasn't the other direction.
But he was running through the woods.
He didn't have anywhere else to go.
You didn't go inside the Chevron station or the Marathon station and say, hey, deputy, come pick me up. Take me to where my baby was found, did he?
No, I don't guess so.
He didn't use that cell phone that he had in his hand and call the police and say, come pick me up. I didn't do this. Want to clear my name? Take me to where my child is laying. He didn't accompany the woman who just gave birth to his child, did he?
Questions that she has her own direct.
Overruled. Go ahead and ask your question.
He didn't, he jumps out of the car leaving the mother of the child that just gave birth to his child 2 weeks ago to go by herself over there to where the baby is found?
Yes.
Are you saying he was a coward or are you saying he's afraid? What
I'm
is
not
it?
saying either.
Then why did he jump out of the car?
I have no idea.
Did y'all have drugs in the car that night?
No.
Yeah, sure.
Did y'all smoke drugs together that day?
Smoked a blunt before we left.
At least she's honest
Those
there.
are all the questions that I have.
Clark?
Thank you, Judge. Hi, Ms. Hamby. I'm Anthony Carter. Just have a few questions for you. Just to go back over, this is October 8th, the day after Caliyah went missing and the day that she was found. Is that correct? And you, Courtney, Lauren, Chris, and Jeremiah were in Lauren's car.
Correct.
Lauren driving. I think we've been through where everybody was. And Courtney received a call on her phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you said somebody told her that the baby had been found, and they gave her some other details. Now, was it apparent at that time that the child was dead?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, you said Chris became worried that they were going to blame him. That's what Ms. Zahn said that you said, right? You also told Investigator Alexander that Chris didn't just say they're going to blame me. He said they're going to blame us, meaning him and Courtney. Is that correct?
Right.
And he asked you to clarify that several times, and you said, no, he said they're going to blame us, right?
Right.
Okay. And then you say that you told him, just get out of the car. You told him just to get out of the car. Is that right? Now, the only thing that you didn't tell Investigator Alexander that night, only thing that you missed out of what I just said was the fact that you told him to get out of the car. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Mackey's car, this model of car, actually has child protective doors on the back, does it not? So you had to get out
I
of the
think
car.
I did.
You had to get out of the car and open the door for Chris because he wasn't able to open his door. Do you recall
I
that?
think I did.
Okay. Other than forgetting to tell Investigator Alexander that you told him to get out of the car and that you had to get out to open the door for him, is there anything else that's different from your statement that you gave to Jeff Alexander that night and what you're telling this jury today?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have any doubt about the things that you're telling us here today?
No.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Frost?
I figured he was going to have questions
Ms. Hamby.
this time.
You don't have a particularly good relationship with your daughter, do you?
It's not bad.
In fact, you've got, what, 7 kids?
Yes.
How many different fathers are there?
5.
And you only raised out of those 2 of those, correct? The others were all raised by their father. Now,
Yes.
No
but
kidding.
well, you're actually closer to Chris, aren't you?
No.
Didn't y'all have a secret Facebook account so that you could go behind my client's back?
He had secret Facebook accounts to keep from Courtney to talk to people, but it
But-
wasn't just me and him.
But y'all got together on certain occasions and
No.
had little,
Absolutely not.
y'all never had any?
No.
Oh my gosh.
And you weren't doing drugs that night?
Smoked a blunt?
And you're not protecting Chris today, are you?
No.
It just goes straight up
Hassan?
at this point. There's no branches.
Pam, do you remember saying that Chris said if they found it, I'll let you read that last line here, where it says, and he said, and read it in the microphone, what you told the police.
And he said that if they found it anywhere near the house, they were going to blame us.
And the it that he was referring to was his 14-day-old baby. Yes or no?
Yes.
That's all that I have, Judge.
Well, the prosecutor referred to her as it a minute ago, too. Yes.
Step down.
All the koalas. Good grief. What is
This time
wrong?
when we're gonna go take our view of the scene. We have it lined up with the vans out there. The vans are gonna have waters. They're gonna have
What is wrong with this family? I mean, clear something up for me. So they knew the baby was missing, so they're going over there. Did they know the baby was found before they got over there or after they got over there? Because I'm just trying to figure out, did they feel the need to smoke a joint before they went to look for this baby, or before or after they found out it had been found? Is that when the drugs became necessary and more important? I mean, she admitted it. That's great, but dang. Just kind of pissed me off, to be honest. This whole day. Oh my gosh. All right. Oh, well, good. Because I'm glad I can't even find my cursor to come over there. I'm glad it gets better. Gets better. Ugh. No. Nope. Nope. Oh yeah, no, I didn't think you meant it in a good way. Man. Alrighty, I'm pretty sure they just leave, unless you guys want to stare at the ceiling. I know you guys are still looking for the item the defense attorney picked out of his nose and flicked off the end of his finger the other day. But you'll have to start stealing on your own time. Alrighty, that takes care of this lovely, lovely day. Lovely day. My goodness. All right. I'll be back Friday. I hope you'll all be back Friday. 10:30 a.m. Eastern time, and we will do day 3 of this wonderful and lovely trial that's been full of good news and fun stuff. And see what else it has in store for us. If you weren't here earlier and you watched the Franklin Tucker trial that we did last week that ended in a mistrial, I got a message. I haven't been able to check in and verify it yet, that the judge has recused himself. So there will be a new judge, and that they may quietly dismiss these charges. So we may not have a Franklin Tucker retrial. We'll just be doing this lovely stuff. And then next week or the week after, we'll go into the Adam Montgomery trial, which is also a horrible trial about a little girl who was unalived apparently by her father. So thank you all so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Yes, Mum, I can't say that correctly. Look up the Matthew Moore trial. It's a crazy one. It's good defense attorney though. Like, she's amazing. So anyway, yep. 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, Friday morning. We will start day 3 of this mess, and hopefully get this finished up before Adam Montgomery starts. And we'll keep going with the awfulness that is this world, because I will tell you, when I was looking for a trial to fill in the gap that I knew we were going to have here, it's disgusting that there is not a shortage of people who have done horrible things to their kids. It's just awful. It's absolutely just awful. What'd you get, Carmen? I figured that I would ask what you got put in timeout for this time. If you make it so my channel gets in trouble. Trying to see what she got banned for. I don't know why you got banned for that, Carmen, but I'm not going to say it. Alrighty, guys. Thank you again so much for hanging out. If you haven't already, hit that like button, please. That subscribe button. It helps me a ton. And this one has left me kind of just, again, speechless. These people, speechless. So, all right. I'm out. You guys enjoy the rest of your day. Have a good day tomorrow. And hopefully I will see you all back here on Friday. So until then, see you later.